Good afternoon, everybody. Hey, you're looking at Dimona, Israel, where hours ago an Iranian missile hit and injured over 30 people. And just happening right now, there's report of multiple casualties in Arad, Israel, from another direct missile hit. I am seeing that reported right now. I just posted a video of it on my X account. I'm going to link my X account in a second. But again, Arad, Israel, reports of a direct hit and multiple casualties. Hearing that right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that as well. Give me a moment here. All right. So let me just post my X account. Again, you can see that. I'll post a link in the chat to the video of the missile hit in Arad from N12 News. And I will just get my... this is Dimona, Israel, where there was a direct hit earlier today. You're looking at that live on the screen right there. And what I need to do is put my... If the mods on Twitch and Facebook could pin my X account, I'll pin it on YouTube. That would be fantastic. Thank you. I'm just posted it in the chat. Hold on a moment here. Did that work? Okay, that worked. All right. So again, trying to find out more about Arad, Israel, where there's reportedly oh, another video just came out. Fatux News posted it. Extensive damage reported in Arad, Israel, following a missile attack. A bunch of damage in Arad, Israel. So you can go to Fatux News and look at the video. I just reposted this on my X account, but he shows the video he posted shows damage in a number of buildings in Arad, Israel. So again, you go to his account, Fatux at Fatux. I reposted his post on my account. You can see the whole video there. But that would be the second direct hit in Israel, just in a matter of hours. One of our viewers talked about the possibilities that their Iron Dome is running low. Iron Dome, I believe, deals with rockets. But the point is Israel running low on interceptors? Is there something Iran is doing differently that's making them have more direct hits with their missiles? I do not know. But this would be apparently we have our second direct hit of an Iranian missile in Israel within hours. Give me a moment here. Okay, now give me a moment here. Where was I going? I needed to... Oh, I was going to show you on a map where the new reported hit is in Arad. We might get footage in from there as well shortly. Give me a quick moment here. I'm going to pull something up. So the one you're looking at was from hours ago. Several hours ago. Okay, here is a map with Arad, Israel. Southern Israel, both of these hits today in southern Israel. Dimona and Arad. So it's interesting. You can see here's Israel right here, and here is, hold on a moment, let me get this better for you. So we're talking about southern Israel, and then you have one hit. Dimona is where you're looking. Dimona is, where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Dimona is right here. And Arad is about 12, 10 miles away from Dimona. There's Dimona, and then Arad is here. There's Arad. So both hits today in southern Israel. Oopsie, that's me. All right, hold on a moment here. All right, so again, we're looking at Dimona. I'm trying to get information on Arad, what's going on there, but report of a direct hit in Arad and multiple injuries. MDA says, in the Arad sector, approximately 30 injured people, breaking news, approximately 30 injured people from initial reports only. From initial reports only. This is from MDA. They say initial reports in Arad, approximately 30 injured people with injuries in varying conditions. Injuries in varying conditions in Arad. So we have, I'm going to change the headline here. New Iranian 30 injured in new Iranian missile strike in Arad after earlier second hit of night. "30 hurt in new Iranian missile strike after earlier strike in Dimona." Oops, I know there's a typo there. Wow, not good. So again, you're looking at Dimona. This is a strike from several hours ago. There is a new strike about 10 miles away in Arad, where 30 people are reported injured in varied conditions in the initial report from MDA. Oh, let me show you guys. I'm going to post some videos in the chat, and I'm reposting stuff. If you want to go see this, you can go to Faytuck's News. He has a video showing a fire in a building in Arad, in southern Israel. Again, you can go, I reposted it on my account. You go to @Faytucks and look at that video there. But it does appear that building is on fire. Several buildings damaged in Arad. Several buildings with significant damage. Now, I don't know if people were, in a certain room. They're supposed to go to safe rooms, but so I can't speak to where people were in these buildings. But again, the initial report is 30 injured of varying degrees of injury. This comes after. Oh, by the way, Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says, in the new missile strike scene, the IDF has dispatched Home Front Command search and rescue troops to the new scene. So IDF search and rescue troops dispatched to Arad now. Now, give me one moment here. In the Dimona strike, there were reported in that strike over 30 injured in the Dimona strike, including a seriously injured 12-year-old boy. There's a video of that. Oops, we might have lost that video. We were just looking at Dimona. We might let's leave this up here for a second. I have other video too. I don't know if we'll get the Dimona video back. I also have Beirut and Tel Aviv. So let me so Dimona is no more Dimona video. Let's put up Beirut and Tel Aviv. I gotta just get organized here. Oh, we have Jerusalem too. Okay, we have Jerusalem as well. All right, so let me just get this organized. That is Beirut, and then this is Tel Aviv. And then I'm going to get Jerusalem up for you. And we very well might get some video in from the new missile site in Arad, the new missile hit site in Arad, Israel, shortly. I can't guarantee we'll have video from that scene, but it's very possible we will. Let me get Jerusalem up on the screen for you as well. So we need to get this. That's not what we needed to do. Okay, there is Jerusalem right there. Okay. Oh, now I'm hearing, oh yeah. So total now, we have over 60 hurt in the two missile strikes. Over 60 hurt in the two missile strikes. Again, I will post a link in the chat to a video of the second missile strike. I just posted a link in the chat to the second missile strike. If you go to my X account, you can see videos of both missile strikes. My X account is linked at the top of the chat. One of them was, I think about it in the last half hour or so. One of them was several hours ago. I think the one in roughly speaking, the one in Dimona was about 3 to 4 hours ago. The last one was in the last hour. So just give me a second. I'm trying to get updates here. I am seeing a report of possibly many more injured in Arad. Arad sounds like it sounds like we're going to hear about more injured there. Possibly fatalities in Arad. Very destructive. Oh, does the I am hearing a report that, hold on. There are fears of people trapped in Arad. A number of buildings have been heavily damaged in Arad, Israel, in southern Israel. There are fears, according to N12, of people trapped in the destruction. Yeah, so I'm seeing some reports of greater numbers injured in Arad. Guy Elster, who's an Israeli reporter, says in both cases, interceptors missed their targets. That's what Guy says. Oh, Faytux News says that an Israeli journalist with Walla News now says about 100 injured. That's not confirmed yet. And again, we're hearing people trapped in the rubble there. It is possible I will get, I do think at some point there's a decent chance we'll get some video from Arad, but I don't have it at the moment. So if I get that in, I will put it on the screen for you, certainly. But 2 hits in Israel, both in southern Israel, about 10 miles away from each other, within about 4 or 5 hours of each other. Oh, a report from MDA. Okay, MDA says, according to N12 News, the MDA medical organization says 4 seriously injured in 2 scenes of destruction. I think that means 2 scenes of destruction in Arad. There are people trapped. We requested assistance from the Home Front Command. GLZ Radio says extensive destruction at the impact site in Arad, Israel. A building went up in flames. And there are multiple buildings with significant damage in Arad, Israel right now. And I'm just seeing something here. Give me a moment. Ariel Oserin, who is with I-24 News English, says a mass casualty event was declared after an Iranian ballistic missile hit a residential neighborhood in Arad, Israel, in the southern Israel. Again, if I get video in, I will let you know. Give me a moment here. Okay, so expecting to get some video in from Arad at some point. Again, I have my eye out for it. And as soon as I get video from there, I will bring it to you. 2 direct hits in southern Israel within about 4 or 5 hours of each other, about 10 miles away from each other. I do want to thank our moderators. Thank you so much to our moderators. We have moderating Beth Mythical, Leslie Ladyhawk are both there. Beth Mythical and Leslie Ladyhawk are there on YouTube. Also, we have over on Twitch, LB Prairie Dawn, Sarah, and Surly Dev. And Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Over on Facebook, we have, hang on, Kay Larry Body is moderating, Margaret Riley is moderating. Thank you. Thanks also Dolly Clark, Susan Priest Buchner, Brian Davio for subscribing, Diane Allworth, Barry Eisler, thanks for subscribing over there. And I do want to say a quick thank you to Random Nobody, Crypto King, Dingier Pillow, Random Nobody again, thank you, Stephen Briones, Janet B, and thanks Janet for moderating, and who? Let's see here, Miss Curvy. I don't know if Janet's moderating the stream. She might be. If not, Janet, I hope I didn't get it wrong. I'm sorry. If I did, I'm sorry. Miss Curvy, Thomas P0419. Thank you, Thomas, for the memberships from Sweden. I appreciate that. Least Trustworthy Weasel, Susie Hickson, I Am Just a Vibe, Raisin Canes, Thomas P0419 for the memberships. Again, thank you, Thomas. Hem Lichen, Carms, and New Creation. Thank you. Okay, so let's get you more updates here about what is going on. And again, expecting to get video in at some point. Oh, so soon, video coming soon from Arad. Okay. So I'm supposed to get video in soon from Arad, but I don't have it yet. As soon as I have that video, we will put it on the screen for you. So, again, did something change that we have 2 direct hits in Israel within about 4 or 5 hours? I am seeing unconfirmed reports of a large number of injuries, over 100 in Arad. It's unconfirmed. 6 breaking news, N12 news reports, 6 dead and 100 injured. That is from N12 News. I just saw it. N12 News is reporting 6 dead and over 100 injured. N12 News Israel. 6 dead and over 100 injured in Iranian missile strike in Arad, Israel. That is from N12 News. Just saw it. Okay, give me a moment. I got to update our headline. 6 dead, over 100 injured in Iranian missile strike in Arad, Israel. And again, this is the second direct hit in about 5 hours. MDA says, the latest MDA posted, MDA medics and paramedics are providing medical treatment to a large number of injured people, including a 5-year-old girl in serious condition, 11 injured people in moderate condition, and several other people in light condition. MDA teams are treating additional injured people at the scene. Large MDA teams, including MDA helicopters, are on their way to the scene. Again, N12 News Israel says 6 dead, over 100 injured in this new missile strike in Arad, Israel, southern Israel. Khan News says more than 50 injured. Manny Fabian says there have been 8 different Iranian missile attacks on Israel today. Now, that can be one missile, but there have been 8 of them so far today. But 2, we know these, at least 2 direct hits. Again, when I get video in from Arad, I will let you see it. I don't have it available yet. I'm supposed to be getting it in. When I get it in, I will put it on the screen for you. And there are, again, multiple, looks like about 4 or 5 story buildings. These are maybe higher, but there are multiple buildings of about 5 floors or so. These looks like large apartment buildings that have just been destroyed. Multiple. And again, believe that some people are trapped. I'm gonna post a link to a picture in the chat. I'm posting in the chat a picture from N12 News showing some of the destruction. And again, you can go to my X account, which is pinned in the chat, pinned to the top of the chat, and you can see I've been posting some photos and videos on my X account. Now, also, I am seeing C14 News Israel is saying that remember about 4 or 5 hours ago, there was a direct hit about 10 miles away in Dimona. Now, I have heard there's over 30 injuries there. C14 News Israel just said 59 patients total in the Dimona injury, in the Dimona strike, including a 12-year-old boy in serious condition. But that's not a confirmed number. The confirmed number from the first strike several hours ago is over 30. I'm seeing an unconfirmed report of 59 injured in the first strike, but I will have to try to get more information on that. Also, there has been, for whatever it's worth, Iran has issued an evacuation order for Doha, Qatar. Hold on a second here. What I'm going to do is take this. And let me see if I can translate this evacuation order so you can see it. I don't know if, I'll tell you what the evacuation order says that Iran issued for Doha, Qatar. Why can I not find there? One moment. Yes. I have it right here. Give me a moment here. I'm going to show this to you right now. This is the evacuation order issued by Iran for. Oh, give me 1 second here. By Iran for Doha, Qatar, to the citizens and residents of Doha, state of Qatar. Due to this area being used to house U.S. forces and interests, as well as to incite violence through its media platforms against the Iranian people, this area has become a legitimate target. Your safety is our priority. We order everyone to leave the area as soon as possible. They specifically pointed to Al Jazeera Media Network. Here, you can see. I don't know why that is. Why they specifically highlighted it on here. Doesn't say. I mean, they say inciting violence through media platforms. So I don't know if by the media platforms they mean Al Jazeera. But you can see it says it on the sign. All right, so let me just really quickly. All right, so a lot going on right now. Again, 2 direct hits by Iranian missiles in southern Israel, causing many injuries within the span of 5 hours, at least over 30 injured in the first hit in Dimona. And we're hearing in the most recent hit, N12 News Israel says 6 dead, over 100 injured. Israel Hayom says 4 buildings collapsed in Arad due to Iranian missile strike. That's according to Israel Hayom. They say 4 buildings collapsed. Now, I don't know what they mean specifically by collapse, but lots of damage. N12 News says over 7 dead in Arad. N12 News says more than 7 dead in Arad. N12 News Israel. Over 7 dead in Iranian missile strike on Arad, Israel. Hang on a moment here. My headline got messed up. Give me 1 second here. Just give me 1 second. Thanks for your patience. Trey Yinks says mass casualty event in southern Israel. Trey Yinks to Fox. First responders are at the scene. Update. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reports that the Israeli Air Force is investigating the failure to intercept the ballistic missile that struck Arad a short while ago. This is from Manny Fabian, Times of Israel. The missile, which is assessed to have carried a conventional warhead with hundreds of kilograms of explosives, injured dozens and caused extensive damage. Home Front Command is also conducting an investigation into the circumstances of the impact. Both the IAF and Home Front Command are also investigating the earlier impact in the nearby city of Dimona, which injured dozens more people. Yeah, some of our viewers are wondering, is Israel running low on interceptors? That I can't say. Okay, update from N12 News. They say MDA reports that 33 injured people were evacuated from the scene in Arad to Soroka Hospital. About 17 fire and rescue teams are operating at the scene and conducting extensive searches to locate missing persons and rescue trapped people. And again, my numbers from Arad are from N12 News. N12 News reports that over 7 are dead and over 100 injured. That is from N12 News Israel. We are talking about Arad, Israel. Again, both of these missiles hitting today in southern Israel. There's Israel right there. Arad is here. There is Arad. And then just about 10 miles away is Dimona. And they both were hit today. The population of Arad is about 29,000 people. Again, when I have video, I will put it up. I am anticipating getting some video from Arad, some live video. When I have it, I will bring it up to you. I will show it to you. Update from, oh wait, hold on a second here. MDA, which is the Israeli, it's the Israeli emergency medical organization. They say that so far in Arad, they have treated 33 victims, including 4 in serious condition. Again, it's suspected they're going to report on more. Oh, hold on a second. Hillel Bitten Rosen, who is with Channel 14 News, he reports both Both in Dimona and in Arad, interceptors were launched that did not hit the threats, and as a result, there were 2 direct hits by ballistic missiles with warheads with hundreds of kilograms. Again, this is from Hillel Bitton Rosen with Channel 14 News in Israel. He says both in Dimona and Arad, interceptors were launched that did not hit the threats, and as a result, there were 2 direct hits by ballistic missiles with warheads of hundreds of kilograms. Oh, did the IDF post on this? Hold on a moment here. I'm seeing a report claiming. Where is it here? Hold on. Let me confirm this. The IDF says an Iranian missile, according to what is Nitzan Shapira? Is that a reporter? I'm seeing a report that yes. Oh yes. Yes, report from N12 News. The IDF confirms an Iranian missile weighing 450 kilograms directly hit Arad. 2 attempts to intercept it failed. N12 News Israel says the IDF confirms an Iranian missile weighing 450 kilograms, was about 1,000 pounds roughly, directly hit Arad. 2 attempts to intercept it failed. We are bringing you updates. When I get video, I will certainly show it to you. We are up to apparently, hold on. N12 News also reports that the IDF assessment is that the missiles launched at both Dimona and Arad and not intercepted are not new and were launched into Israel in the past. So N12 News Israel says that the IDF believes the missiles launched at Dimona and Arad are not intercepted, are not a new type of missile, and were launched into Israel in the past. I don't know. Why did they hit this time? I don't know. Faytux News mentioned that the speaker of the Iranian parliament had posted tonight saying, let me show you here. Faytux News mentioned this. So this is the thanks to Faye Tuck's News for catching this. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, MB Ghalibaf, said if the Israeli regime, let me just show you this here. Speaker of Iran's Parliament. If the Israeli regime fails to intercept the missiles in the highly protected Dimona area, because it's near their a big important nuclear site there, the Dimona area, he says it is operationally a sign of entering a new phase of the battle. Israel's skies are defenseless. As a result, it seems the time has come to implement the next pre-designed plans. Happy Nowruz to the Iranian nation. Now, again, Iran frequently makes, huge threats. So I can't speak to the, what the follow-up will be from this. But just letting you know that that's what was posted. Thanks again to Faye Tuck's News for catching that. If you're just joining us, 2 direct hits in Israel from Iranian missiles in the last 5 hours or so. Dozens injured in both strikes. In the first one over in Dimona, over 30 injured. According to N12 News, in this second strike in Arad, over 7 dead and over 100 injured. That's according to N12 News Israel. I'm seeing an unconfirmed report of an even bigger number of injured right now online, so I will keep an eye on that. Hold on a second here. Multiple buildings with severe damage in Arad. Also, according some other reporting from N12 News Israel, they say that the IDF says that the missile that hit Arad was 450 kilograms. It's about 1,000 pounds. About 1,000 pounds. They said also Hillel Bitton Rosen of Channel 14 Israel says both in Dimona and Arad, interceptors were launched and did not hit the threats. As a result, there were 2 direct hits by ballistic missiles with warheads of hundreds of kilograms. Wow. New video Faye Tuck's News just posted of shockwave in Dimona when the missile hit, showing a window blowing in a house there, or I just posted the link in the chat if you want to see it. Still waiting to get video, no video yet from, that I don't have access to live video yet from Arad. Supposed to be getting it at some point. When I get the Arad video, I will put it on the air. New from Israel, I have pictures from IDF. Pictures from IDF of the scene. I'm going to show you right now. This is from the IDF. They just posted, they said Home Front Command Rescue and Recovery Forces are at the impact site in southern Israel. Look at this. Here is one picture they posted. Here is another picture they posted. You can see the damage on the right side there. And actually, damage, looks like you can see damage over here too, but multiple buildings with heavy damage. I've seen multiple buildings that are gutted like that in some sense. There was a building on fire I saw. You can see a building over here with damage over here. But, and then looks like you see damage over here too. It's kind of hard to see here. Are the Iranians using larger warheads? That I don't know. I also don't know. So you might say, like, I don't know what. So people are supposed to have like a safe place to go, but I don't even know if there are like basements in these buildings. Perhaps there is a safe room that people go to, but I don't know if the safe room is built to or expected to take a direct hit from this kind of missile. So I cannot speak yet. Sometimes we hear about missile strikes. For like about a week ago, there was a missile strike where a couple died in their 70s. And what the police said is that, well, they were not able to get to the safe room on time. And then and then that was a cluster munition. And that didn't destroy the whole building, but I guess one of the clusters went in, hit like near their apartment and killed them. But I don't know. For all I know, the people were in their safe rooms, and it was just such a powerful hit. It hit the safe. The safe rooms got destroyed. I can't. I've heard no analysis from the authorities about where people were when they were killed and injured. I just don't know. But you can see the kind of destruction this caused, and it's multiple buildings. If you have any issues with the stream, just refresh. If you're having any issues with the stream, please refresh the stream. Give me a moment here. Thank you to our moderators. A couple quick thank yous to Thomas P0419, Heavenly Intervention, and Tiberius Rex, I Am Charlie, Random Nobody, Sydney, Raymond 045, Ruth Anderson, Rune 1033, Lidwine Elizabeth, Random Nobody, Sarah JH, Billy B, Alex Holdfast, Stup1, and Crypto King, and Miss Curvy, and hang on a moment here. Again, as soon as I'm supposed to get video from the scene. As soon as I do, I will put it on the screen for you. And N12 News just posted a picture of a fire that broke out in one of the damaged buildings. I don't know if that's happening right this second, but they just posted it. Timely News, News IL, who I follow on Telegram, Israeli news site, Israeli news account, they say the cabinet is meeting for a telephone discussion. Two direct hits in Israel within about 5 hours. I just saw a report from United Hatzalah. Where is it here? That's an emergency medical response group. According to Israel Hayom, United Hatzalah medics say this is a difficult scene with over 100 injured and anxiety victims in various conditions. Some people were found unconscious. That might be a way they say that some people were found dead. I'm not sure. News Israel 13 says IDF on the Arad strike. Listen to this. News Israel 13 reports that the IDF says about the Arad strike, investigating the failed interception attempts, the defense is not hermetic. The defense is not airtight, they mean. Hang on a moment there. I didn't do that correctly. So again, Channel 13 News says the IDF says investigating the failed interception attempts, the defense is not hermetic. No video yet. Oh, Roy Case is reporting that Roy Case is reporting that the Iranian broadcast that the Iranians have retracted their evacuation warning for Doha, Qatar. Report: Iran retracts evacuation warning. Hold on a second. Roy Case says the Iranian Broadcasting Authority, which published the Iranian evacuation notice for Qatar, is now denying the notice, saying no such official instructions were received from official sources. That's from Roy Case. Oh, I bet I can see that myself. Is it IRIB? IRIB News. Yes, look, we apologize to our dear readers. I got to show you this. Iranian state TV retraction. Retraction of evacuation order for Doha, Qatar. So check this out. This is from, I'm going to show you this right now. This is from Iranian state TV. They say, we apologize to our dear readers for publishing a post about the evacuation warning from Doha. However, given the lack of official information and statements from informed sources, this news is denied. This news was quoted by some internal sources, but was immediately removed. That is from Iran State Television. Um, Faytux News mentions that Noam Amir of Channel 14 says that the cabinet, Israeli cabinet, is currently convening by telephone following the missile attacks by Iran on Dimona and Arad in Israel. Give me a moment here. New update from MDA. This is the new update from MDA, the Emergency Medical Organization, about Arad. MDA medics and paramedics are providing medical treatment and have evacuated 59 injured people now to hospitals using dozens of ambulances, MDA intensive care units, and MDA Air Force helicopters, including, so they're evacuating people with ambulances, helicopters, and intensive care units. I guess mobile intensive care units, including 6 seriously injured people, 13 moderately injured people, and 40 lightly injured people. Those official numbers keep going up. Again, N12 News says over 7 dead, over 100 injured. They say they are continuing to search for additional injured people. United Hatzalah says there are still missing individuals believed to be inside the rubble. United Hatzalah says there is extensive destruction with significant damage to several residential buildings and numerous vehicles. Hold on. I have a video of the damage from Israel police. Let me put this on the screen for you. Video of the damage. It's not graphic with bodies and stuff. This is from the Israel police video of damage in Arad, Israel. Here it is, just in. Try to turn it down a little bit. So you can see the multiple buildings in Arad, Israel, have been severely damaged by this. You can just, as you see the video, you see multiple buildings damaged. Yeah, this is video from Arad. This is Arad there. Okay. Again, waiting to get live video from the scene. The Israel police says large forces of police, border guards, explosive experts, and volunteers are participating in extensive search operations to locate and fully secure the impact sites because there have been, I guess, fragments of interceptor missiles also fell. But a direct hit in Arad just hours after a direct hit in Dimona. Update from Arad. MDA now says 64 injured people have been evacuated to hospitals using dozens of ambulances, MDA intensive care units, and MDA and Air Force helicopters, including 7 seriously injured, 15 moderately injured, and 42 lightly injured people. MDA teams continue to search for additional injured people. The numbers on the screen are from N12 News Israel, who reports over 7 dead, over 100 injured. AZ Intel mentioned that that there is a report in Tamworth, New Hampshire, that there was a collapse of a floor at a bar, it looks like, or restaurant, and people have been injured there. That AZ Intel posted some information about that. That's unconfirmed. I will keep an eye on that as well. I'll post a link to AZ Intel's post on X. Hold on a moment here. The scanner there is not, in that county, is not live right now that I can see. So I'll keep an eye on that. Give me a moment. One moment here. Bring you the latest updates here. Again, that report about New Hampshire is unconfirmed. That there were several injuries at some sort of venue where it looks like maybe a restaurant or a bar where the floor collapsed. But that's unconfirmed right now, that report. So I'll keep an eye on that, let you know if I hear any more. Still no live video from Arad, Israel. Again, as soon as I get it, I will certainly put it up there for you. Expecting it at some point, if they allow it to go out. I am checking for updates here. Let me really quick just do something with this. Okay. Again, just trying to get you the latest updates here. 2 Iranian direct missile hits in southern Israel, about 5 hours apart, about 10 miles apart today. Over 30 injured in the first one at Dimona, and reportedly over 7 dead and over 100 injured in this second strike. Reportedly, people missing in the Arad strike. N12 News says the Air Force is investigating why they were unable to intercept the missile fired into Arad for the second time. Now, they say in 2 hours. Was it 2 hours? I thought it was longer than that, but it was just within a period of a few hours, the 2 missile strikes. N12 News says the IDF assesses that these are not new types of missiles. Very soon, I'm supposed to get, again, from 2 different sources, I'm supposed to get video from Arad. So coming up, supposedly any moment now, I'm supposed to have more video from, some video from Arad. Okay, so bear with me. I'm waiting on it from 2 different locations. Nothing yet. Thank you so much to our moderators who are here as we bring you the latest updates. Oh, hold on. I have the video. I'm getting the video right now for you. I am getting the video right now. Hang on. Video from Arad just about here. Please give me a moment. I'll have it on the screen just in a few seconds here. We have live video from Arad, Israel, showing destruction. So just give me a moment here. If it will start working. Once it starts working, I will have it for you. Any moment now. It's supposed to happen. Haven't gotten it yet. Let's try this again. It just came in, so I have to get it on the screen for you. Let's try this again. Bit of an issue, technical issue, getting this video posted. I thought I had it. I can see it, but I have to get it on the screen. Let's try this again. See if this works. It's definitely there. I'm going to take a second here. I'm going to put it on the screen. I'm trying to get a little better quality for you, though. Oh, I got it. I got it right now. I have it right now. Here it is. Here is the video from Arad right now. Here it is right here. Look at this. Wow. I'm going to make it full screen for you right now. There is Arad, Israel. Unbelievable. Via AFP video. Well, we'll see if they can keep showing it. What's happening with the camera? Something's happening with the camera. Are they moving the camera? We had the camera. Maybe they're making them. Maybe they're pushing them back. I don't know. All right, there's that camera. Oh no, he just repositioned. Wow, unbelievable. So I have an update here. The account, the Hot News Telegram, posted a statement from United Hatzalah, which is a rescue organization. They say over 70 injured now. So that's from them. That I would consider that kind of an official number from the United Hatzalah rescue organization. They're reporting at about over 70 injured at this point, and that number seems to continue to rise. N12 News says over 7 dead, over 100 injured. I don't know if I misspoke. Sometimes it's over 7 dead, over 100 injured. I don't know if I misspoke. Sometimes I think I'm saying one thing and the wrong thing comes out of my mouth. So I don't know what I said before. As it says on the headline, the reports are over 7 dead, over 100 injured. That is from N12 News. Whoa. I just saw an update here that the Israeli media, the Israel Ministry of Education says, in light of the missile attacks in Dimona in Arad, and following consultation with the Home Front Command Major General, the Education Minister announces that on Sunday and Monday, no face-to-face learning in the education system. Only distance learning in Israel, no physical learning on Sunday and Monday. Towards Tuesday, a renewed assessment of the situation will take place. We have a statement. Hold on a second here. Statement from Netanyahu. There's a statement from Netanyahu. We have a statement from the Prime Minister Netanyahu. Okay, he just posted. I see a statement from him right now from Netanyahu. Give me a moment here. Hang on. I'm going to read you the statement from Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu. He says, Netanyahu says, this is a very difficult evening in the battle for our future. A short time ago, he says, I spoke with the mayor of Arad and asked him to convey on behalf of all the citizens of Israel our prayers for the peace of the wounded. I instructed the Director General of my ministry to provide all necessary assistance along with all government ministries. I am strengthening the emergency and rescue forces currently operating in the field, and I call on everyone to obey the Home Front Command's instructions. We are determined to continue to strike our enemies on all fronts.
רגע, רגע! חבר! מה קורה? לאיפה הוא הולך?
Oh, I have another video. I have a second video here. I have a drone video too. Look at this. Hold on. I have a second video. Look at, we have a drone video too. That's a live drone. That is a live drone video right there via Reuters. Live drone of the scene, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. Oh, hold on. Let's look at the drone. Hold on. There's a drone shot here. Hey, look, there's a drone. There is a drone. Oh, the drone is coming down, actually. Sorry. The drone just came down. Oh, no, the drone is... There's the drone right there. The drone is still flying. It looks like it's coming down now, I think. I think we might be losing the drone. Okay. Well, I'll keep an eye on it. Oops. What happened here?
בקשר לשירות 32 קיבל שפיקוד העורף על הבניין, הם זוקים תעודת דירה והם זוקים חפצים מלמעלה ועצמים על כן אנחנו לא נכנסים לבניין.
Again, the Ministry of Education in Israel has announced no in-person learning. No in-person learning in Israel. All all in-person classes have been canceled in Israel tomorrow and Monday. No in-person school in Israel tomorrow and Monday. We don't have that drone anymore. That drone was just up for a little bit. The school week, Sunday is a school day in Israel, from as I understand it. So again, Sunday and Monday, no school, no physical classes in Israel. So, 2 direct hits within just several hours. Dimona, Israel, direct missile hit there by Iran, over 30 injured. That happened several hours before this, only about 10 miles away, both in southern Israel. This was in Arad, Israel. N12 News says over 7 dead, over 100 injured. Those numbers are not confirmed. So far, I haven't heard of any confirmed deaths. So N12 News had said over 7 dead, but I don't know if I want to keep that up on the screen until I have, well, we'll see. It says reported dead. Do they still have that posted? Let's see. You know, N12 News might have taken that down. My guess is it might end up being true. But I'm going to stick with the official statistics right now. Just know that I'm going to remove the 7+ reported dead because, again, I would not be surprised if that ends up being true. But I'm not seeing it in Israeli media at the moment, so I want to just be careful here. So I'm going to go with the official at least 68 injured. But again, I hope we don't hear of any fatalities, but I have a feeling it's going to turn out to be true.
איפה אתה עולה? בוא נפה.
Let me mention again this report from Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. He says the Israeli Air Force is investigating the failure to intercept the ballistic missile that struck the southern city of Arad. The missile, which is assessed to have carried a conventional warhead with hundreds of kilograms of explosives, injured dozens and caused extensive damage. Homefront Command is also conducting an investigation into the circumstances of the impact. Both the IAF and Homefront Command are also investigating the earlier missile hit in the nearby city of Dimona, which injured dozens more people. And Hillel Bitton Rosen, Israeli reporter, said both in Dimona and Arad, interceptors were launched that did not hit the threats, and as a result, there were 2 direct hits by ballistic missiles with warheads of hundreds of kilograms, just within hours of each other. Oh, we have second video from the scene. I have a second video from the scene. Hold on a moment here. Look at this. Another video. Other video.
מישהו שומע אותי, חברים? נדב, אני מתקשר לישי שנייה, אני מתנתק. בסדר? בוא איתי, לא, תגיד לו שאני בעמדת תקשורת, שיגיע לעמדת תקשורת. בסדר? אני בינתיים אקח פופרנים, שיהיה לכם, אני לא רוצה לטוס. בסדר?
Hold on a moment.
יש עמדת תקשורת אחת, תגיד לו, מול הדירה, מול הדירה, ליד מקום שרשום RB, סליחה. בסדר? כל מילה. אני אצטרך את שי לידי, את שומעת אותי? יריס? לא, אני עוד לא רואה אותו. הם יביאו אותו לפה, אין לו מקום אחר להיות פה בכלל. ורק פה לצפון לרמוד, הוא עומד פה עם שני ערוצים. אתם רואים ישראלים כרגע?
טוב? אבל יש פה גדר.
שומע כל מילה.
אני בודק אם אפשר לעבור.
שומע אותי?
לא, תקשיבו.
לא, עוד לא, אני בעמדת תקשורת ליד החפ"ק המשטרתי. שומע, כולם מדברים איתי, שומע כל מילה. עוד לא, אני בחפ"ק המשטרתי, איפה בעמדת תקשורת, תקשיבו לנו, אני עולה פה על...
Okay, I have an update here. I have an update here. So, earlier N12 Israel said over 7 dead. Now, no dead have been confirmed yet. So no fatalities confirmed at this point, which is positive news. The mayor of Arad, according to Almog Boker, Israeli reporter, the mayor of Arad said, at this stage, there are 2 residents missing. It's possible they were not at home or evacuated themselves to the hospital. So 2 residents are missing. Again, no fatalities at this point. So let's hope that stays the same. Officially, at least 68 injured. And we'll have to see what we hear as more news comes in. Oh, what's this?
Hey!
Hold on. What is this other one? What is this one? This is, look at the other camera. I don't know where the other camera is. The other camera's walking through some buildings. No, I don't know.
איריס, שומעת אותי? איריס? תגיד. לא, תגיד. תגיד לו שאני אחרי הכבאיות. אחרי הכבאיות, אין משהו אחר.
נו, תעמוד, חצי דקה אצלי. שומע, כן.
We might lose this camera while he's talking.
רק מה שהיה פה.
Yeah, I think they cut the camera while he's talking. We'll stay with this camera right now. Okay. Hey guys, Channel 14 Israel says, Noam Amir with Channel 14 Israel says that contrary to rumors, there are no more than 100 injured and no deaths. So that's Noam Amir from Channel 14. He says that there are no more than 100 injured and no deaths. We'll have to see how things play out here. N12 News was originally saying over 100 injured and over 7 dead. But right now, the latest number I saw was over 68 injured, but I will let you know when I hear more updates on that. I saw what I thought might be the MDA says all the injured have been evacuated from the area. No additional fatalities or casualties are known. That's according to the MDA. Yes, again, MDA says all victims have been evacuated. There are no known survivors left or fatalities. Scans at the scene continue. At least 68 injured, 10 in serious condition, 11 in moderate condition. That's according to N12.
אני לא יכול להיכנס, אתה רואה כלבים נוספים שם?
Al-Mag Boker in Israel quotes the IDF as saying, the air defense systems were activated but did not intercept the missile. We will investigate the incident and learn from it. This is not a special or different weapon than the usual one. Oh, this is from the IDF. Hold on. You can see this literally a statement from the IDF right here, translated. IDF spokesperson. My heart is with the residents of Arad and Dimona tonight. The air defense systems operated but did not intercept the missile. We will investigate the incident and learn from it. This is not a matter of special or unusual weaponry. That's directly from the IDF.
יש לי מרואיינת, כן. יש לי מרואיינת, תכף ניקח אותה. אפשר לקחת?
We have an update now. Hold on a second here. Of injured, 75 injured, evacuated to hospitals, according to the MDA, says Noam Amir of Channel 14. 4 of those anxiety. So I don't know how, I mean, at least 75 people injured, sent to hospitals.
אנחנו נמצאים עם השר איתמר בן גביר שהגיע לפני זמן קצר. אתה בשידור חי? פגיעה קשה.
Wait, hold on.
באתי לחבק את התושבים כאן.
Look.
באתי לחזק אותם. עם ישראל ברוך השם חזק. מנסים לפגוע בנו, אבל אנחנו זוכרים דבר אחד, אנחנו במלחמה. זה מלחמה שאנחנו חייבים להמשיך, לקטוש, לנצח. אני מחזק את התושבים, רק אומר דבר אחד. כנראה ששום מוכח שמי שנמצא במקלט, שמי שנמצא בממ"ד, זה מציל חיים, ולכן אני קורא כאן לכולם. תלכו למקלטים, לממ"דים, תשמעו להוראות, תשמעו להנחיות. נמצא איתי כאן השר וסרלאוף. איפה השר וסרלאוף? שהולך לחזק כאן את המקום ולהעביר כאן תקציבים לחוסן. אנחנו מחזקים את התושבים, מחבקים אותם. יצחק בוא הנה. מחזקים את התושבים ומנצחים. חייבים לנצח. יש לנו כאן מערכה היסטורית. יש כאן דחיפות ראש השטן הזה שחייבים לנצח אותו. לא ממשיכים עד לנצח. שמעת את השר בן גביר הגיע לכאן. יש להניח שהיה לו חשוב בגלל שמרבית הציבור כאן הוא ציבור חרדי.
I believe that was Itamar Ben-Gvir, who is the Israeli Minister of National Security, but I couldn't understand what he was saying.
על מה שנקרא, בוא ננסה פה את זה, שהיו כאן, להביא גם אותה, אתה יכול לראות כרגע שורר, כשזה קצת יותר מואר, את הזירה, הזירה כאן זירה מורכבת מאוד, יש פה גם בלגן מבחינת הטיפול בה, בגלל שיש הרבה מאוד אנשים שהגיעו לכאן וגם אנשי מד"א ו...
You couldn't hear me. Go into the other shot now.
גילי, את רוצה?
אם הם רוצים משהו, שיפנו אלינו, חייב לשים עשינו לשכל להם. צריך ללחם, לרוץ, לא מקום למקום, זה השגיאות שלהם. לא עושים משהו, תביא לנו זה, תביא לנו זה. די כבר.
אל תתעצבן עליי, אחי. תסתכל,
אני איתך פה, בוא תוכל.
מה? התנתקנו באמצע, אתה יודע.
איך, יש לי...
לא יודע, גילי, לא יודע.
אצלי זה עובד.
איריס כל הזמן מתקשרת אליי, איריס, אני ב-USB, ב-IFB.
אני יש לי תמונה, מה שיש לי?
מה אני יכול? המיקרופון בסדר, נכון? תבדוק.
הכל בסדר,
כן, הכל בסדר. נתנתק קודם, ביי. נרם, בואי, את היית פה, נכון? אפשר. גילי, תהי בקשב אליי. גילי.
Give me one moment, guys. I'm trying to get a couple updates here. One moment here. Just saw a statement from the Iranian armed forces. Just saw a statement from the Iranian armed forces I wanted to mention. This is from Iranian state media. The Iranian armed forces says the battlefield for the enemy will become narrower and more difficult than before after observing, investigating, and fully understanding the enemy's weak points in the first 3 weeks of the war. The intelligence and operational commanders of the armed forces have introduced new offensive tactics, they say, and more modern systems into the battlefield for a new round of impact-oriented operations. The battlefield for the enemy will become narrower and more difficult than before, God willing. I cannot verify that that's what's going to happen, but that's a statement from Iranian armed forces. New statement from Iranian armed forces via Iranian state media. Okay. Hang on. All right, so again, just to sum up what's going on here, in the last several hours, there have been 2 direct hits by Iranian missiles in southern Israel, about 10 miles apart from each other. Both of those hits injured dozens of people. The first one was in Dimona, Israel, over 30 people injured in that, and at least 75 injured in this second Iranian missile hit in Israel. At least 75 injured in Arad, Israel. You are looking at the live scene there. Several buildings with severe damage. And the IDF says regarding the Arad missile strike that that their defense systems operated but did not fail to intercept the missile. They say they are investigating the incident and will learn from it. And they say it is not a special or unfamiliar type of weapon. So Has something changed? Why do we have... I'm not aware that these were big missile waves. I don't know for sure. I wasn't watching, but I haven't heard reports of huge number of missiles. I don't know if it was one missile in the wave or a few missiles in the wave, but I've heard nothing to suggest these were large missile waves. So is it just a coincidence that today we have 2 direct missile hits of these both missiles reportedly carrying warheads of hundreds of kilograms of explosives? So is Iran switching their tactics? Is Israel running low on interceptors? I don't know, but we have these 2 missile strikes in Israel, direct hits, both injuring dozens and dozens of people, and within, I believe it was roughly about 4 or 5 hours, maybe a little less, but roughly several hours in between the 2. That's it. And this was both in southern Israel. Is it something to do with the fact that these were both in southern Israel? Not Tel Aviv, not Haifa. I can't tell you, but both of these towns in southern Israel, direct hits just within hours. I have posted on my X account videos of that purport to show both missile hits. I don't have the rights to those videos to show here, but I have linked my X account at the top of the chat. You should be able to see my X account. And if you go to my X account and you scroll down, it's at Lookner, you'll be able to find the videos of the missile hits, at least some of them that exist. And I will post actually a video that is supposedly from the Arad one that N12 posted. I'll post that in the chat right now. Scary videos of the missiles. No, there's my X account is not paywalled. Some people in the chat are saying my X account is paywalled. That is not the case. There is a subscription option for extra content, but all of the regular news stuff on my X account is free. If you can't see one of the videos that I posted in the chat, I'm sorry. I know X has a thing where sometimes in different countries there are restrictions on the videos. But again, my X account is not paywalled. There's extra subscription content for people who want it, but all of the main news stuff is free. Oh. I accidentally, and I do apologize, I accidentally posted the wrong link in the chat. I'm sorry. My intention was to post, I accidentally posted a link from one of the subscriber posts, but I meant to post the free video. So I just posted it right now. I just posted it there. So I apologize about that. But I just posted it for you in the chat. For those who haven't seen it, I will again post in the chat the video of the alleged video of the strike on Arad. Oh, I have another. I have the other video. Hold on a second. I have another angle for you. Wait up. Hold on a second here. We have more video here. Different angle. Multiple angles here. Hang on, I have another one here too. I have another one too. Try to get you all these different angles.
Okay. פה ביארוש. אריאל, בוא נשים אותו. את ארוש. בוא נשים אותו. איפה ארוש? לא.
אמרתי, דימונה, יאללה, אני אעזור יחסית מוקדם בחיפה. יצא משליטה. זה יצא משליטה. זוארץ. בוא נזרים את זאת, שומע? בוא נזרים את קרוש. איפה הוא? בוא נזרים. אריה, תעזור לנו להיכנס. יאללה, כולם. לזירה. רביענו אותו.
We have searching going on. You can see it right there live, searching through the building. Oh, they have a drone flying around. Look at the drone flying in there. They have a drone flying around in the building. Wow.
לפני דקה היה מפכ"ל, אין פה... בואי ניקח את החובש, בואי, סוף סוף, בואי, ניקח את החובש. פרמדיקית, סליחה. יאללה, בואי ניקח את הפרמדיקית. עוד פעם, תזכירי לי את השם. נערה. יאללה. יאללה, בואי, גילי.
Breaking news, Trump posted on Truth Social right now. President Trump says, hold on, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it for you right now. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. I will put it on the screen for you. President Trump says, the United States has blown Iran off the map, and yet their lightweight analyst, David Sanger, says, I haven't met my own goals. Yes, I have, and weeks ahead of schedule. Their leadership is gone. Their Navy and Air Force are dead. They have absolutely no defense, and they want to make a deal. I don't. We are weeks ahead of schedule. Just like their incompetent election coverage of me, the failing New York Times always gets it wrong. President DJT. That is the new post from 3 minutes ago from President Trump. David Sanger is a journalist with the New York Times. Thanks to the chat for mentioning he had posted. If you haven't heard, so this is the most recent strike. I want to say it happened about 3 hours ago, but several hours before this one, about 10 miles away, another Iranian missile made a direct hit in Dimona, Israel, and injured over 30 people. So 2 direct hits in southern Israel within hours of each other by Iranian missiles, injuring, well, between them over 100 people. So we are bringing you live coverage of this. Look at all, multiple buildings severely damaged. Multiple buildings. Look at this bus. Look at the bus. A heavily damaged bus. Wow. Oh, I see a drone. I was seeing a drone fly around. Hold on. Can you see that there's a drone up there that just went into... See the drone up there behind my head? Behind my head, there's a drone flying around. Look at that. It's like a drone light. It's a light on a drone. It looks like. Maybe a camera and a light or something. Hopefully they don't find anybody else in there.
איזה בור נפער פה. מה קורה?
In case you missed it, about 15 minutes ago, President Trump posted saying the United States has blown Iran off the map, and yet their lightweight analyst, David Sanger, who's with the New York Times, says that I haven't met my own goals. Yes, I have, and weeks ahead of schedule. Their leadership is gone. Their Navy and Air Force are dead. They have absolutely no defense, and they want to make a deal. I don't. We are weeks ahead of schedule, just like their incompetent election coverage of me. The failing New York Times always gets it wrong. That is from President Trump. For those just joining us, in addition to this missile strike, several hours before this missile strike, about 10 miles away, another Iranian missile made a direct hit in Dimona, Israel, and injured over 30 people. A quick thank you. Sorry, I got behind on thanking people. A quick thank you to Claire Bentley, Rohit Kumarja, Andy Crabtree, Least Trustworthy Weasel, Just Go and Fly, Sobek, Robert, Birdie, Kevin Bone, Josh Barnes, Mark Etienne LaRouche, Kelly Me, Jenny Ann, Lidwine Elizabeth, Sriracha, Michael V, Weathered Maverick, Kevin Bone again, Chelsea, Andrew Bland, Miss Curvy, Ori Deckel, Los F3D, Nove 2201, Mitchell Pilot, Stang J, High Plains Camper, Urenzone, Thomas P 0419, and also Big D and a guy from the 207 and Who Shot JR and Cubat on Twitch, also Jim Aconius and Starchface. So we're bringing you the latest updates here. Yeah, I can show a map real quick of where we're talking about here. This is Arad, Israel, in southern Israel. So there's Israel there. You can see Israel here. Arad, Israel is here in the south. There is Arad. And it's about 10 miles away from Dimona, which I need to find on the map. There's Dimona down there. There's Dimona. And there was a missile that hit at Dimona. And then about several hours later, one hit Arad. And if you're wondering, the Negev Nuclear Research Center is down here. That's the nuclear research center where the reactor is. Negev Nuclear Research Center. It's about probably about 15 miles from Arad, and it's about, 5 miles or so from Dimona? 7 miles, 8 miles from Dimona. N12 News reports that a hospital spokeswoman at Sheba Hospital said a helicopter landed at Sheba Medical Center with 2 injured people who are being treated in the shock room. Now, is Sheba Medical Center, is that in Tel Aviv? I had heard they might be transferring some people to central Israel. Sheba Medical Center is in Ramat Gan, which is in metropolitan Tel Aviv. So that might be people who they seriously wounded, who they helicoptered there, possibly.
מה? זה אנגלית? לא, אני יודע ספרדית. ספרדית אתה רוצה? מה הבעיה? מי? חיים קליגר אולי? עושה מעבר, אין לך אופציה להעמיד את המצלמה מעליי?
תראה, בהתחלה דיברו על מאות פה. הוא כמה מאות, בשנייה, בשניות הראשונות. גם בואי, שומרו...
can see the damaged bus there. So again, several hours before this missile, about 10 miles away in Dimona, another Iranian missile made a direct hit and injured over 30 people. Just several hours before this Iranian missile. So 2 Iranian missiles, direct hits in southern Israel within hours of each other. Thank you to our moderators. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. Ruth and Beth Mythical are moderating over on YouTube. Thank you. Also, Kay Lowry Body on Facebook. Margaret Riley, thank you so much for moderating. Paul Anderson, thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thanks to Big Ball of Yarn, 13 Alamo. Trying to translate what he said. Hey, thanks, 13 Alamo, Big Ball of Yarn, Bot King Sentient, LB Prairie Dawn, I got that fire, Mark HNC on Twitch for moderating, thank you, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev, thank you. Thank you, Tech Slug on Twitch as well. Also, thank you to Asaf Ravid. Asaf Ravid. Donna Simmons was, why were they not in the shelters? I don't know if people were in shelters or not. I just don't know. I have not heard detailed information on that. The people who were injured, I do not know. No one is believed to be trapped at the moment, according to the authorities, but they are searching.
Help the people as much as needed, as much as possible. Take their stuff out of the apartment, find their belongings. And starting from tomorrow, we will seal the windows because it's going to be raining. The very beginning is a chaos. There were dozens of injuries here, civilians. So the beginning is chaos, the military came very fast before we came, and we are still here, scanning the building. But there is huge amounts of apartments that are crashed, that were hit by this missile. Many people were rescued out and are now in hospitals, but hundreds of people will sleep tonight in a hotel because they can't be in their house. They are evacuated. Tomer, T-O-M-E-R, T-R-O-R, CEO of Lebanon, one heart.
I just saw a report. I just saw a report that from N12 News that there are now at least 88 injured, 7 in serious condition. So N12 News says at least 88 injured. I just saw a statement from Hamas. Statement from Hamas, which I'll show you in a second here. Here's what Hamas said. The statement from, I just saw it. I'm going to show it to you for a second. The military spokesman for the Qassam brigades, which is the Hamas military wing. See that right there? There he is. We look with great pride at the powerful missile strikes carried out by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard this evening, targeting areas deep within the criminal enemy entity using new tactics which left dozens dead, which has not been reported, and wounded. We consider it a natural response not only to the Israeli-American aggression against Iran, but also to the, oops, where'd it go? but also to the genocidal massacres against our Palestinian people in Gaza. This Israeli Nazi enemy, says Hamas, understands only the language of force and retaliation in kind. Making it pay a heavy price is what will compel it to stop its aggression. Without that, it will continue its rampage and pick off our Arab and Islamic countries one after another. The Islamic Republic of Iran today represents an advanced line of defense for the entire Islamic nation, and the aggressors will not succeed in breaking the will of the free people. In breaking the will of the free people and the owners of our land, we renew our call to all peoples of our nation to stand united against our true enemy and to work together for our central causes, foremost among them the liberation of Palestine. Again, that is from Hamas. Hamas's military wing, Abu Obaida, military spokesman for Hamas Qassam brigades. CNN's Patrick Oppman, who is their Havana, Cuba bureau chief, reports that for the second time in a week, Cuba's electrical grid collapsed today. I told you I would update you about the New Hampshire story when I got more information. So, NBC 10 Boston is reporting that multiple people reportedly injured after the floor apparently collapsed at a wedding venue in Tamworth, New Hampshire. There are reports of multiple injuries. It's unclear how many and to what extent. So again, that is from NBC Boston. I'll let you know if I hear more. Okay, I have officially 88 injured now. Officially 88 injured now, including 10 seriously injured. Okay, new announcement from the MDA, the Emergency Medical Response Organization. They say MDA medics and paramedics provided medical treatment and evacuated 88 injured people to hospitals, using dozens of ambulances and MDA intensive care vehicles, including 10 seriously injured, 19 moderately injured, 55 lightly injured, and 4 panicked victims. That's an expression they use for, I guess you could say, psychological injuries. I don't know if it's people in shock or whatever else. But that's this phrase they use. So again, 88 injured, to hospitals, sent to hospitals in this missile strike. That's after over 30 were injured several hours before this by another Iranian missile strike about 10 miles away in Dimona. I'm coming back in 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. There is an update to the Homefront Command guidelines. Update to Homefront Command guidelines in Israel. In certain areas of the country. I see Lashish, Western Negev, Central Negev, Southern Negev, and the Dead Sea area. Transition to limited activity. Gatherings, no educational activities. Gatherings permitted up to 50 people, provided a standard protected space can be reached in time. Operations are permitted only in locations where a standard protected space can be reached in time. That's in effect till Tuesday at 8 p.m. local time. So new Homefront Command guidelines in Israel. I think in southern Israel. Are they all in southern Israel? Let's see. I'll look that up. Give me a moment. Let me look that up where all this is.
עוד פעם, אני אריב את זה ואתם עומדים מולי.
עידו, תן לנו להיכנס גם. עידו. עידו.
So again, it's interesting. We have had two direct hits of missiles in southern Israel today. Two direct hits. This one in Arad and several hours before that in Dimona, about 10 miles apart. And the Israeli Homefront Command has updated their defensive guidelines in southern Israel. That just came out. And I'll show you on the screen that update. But they clearly think there's, increased risk there. You can see right there. This is for the various parts of southern Israel. Transition to limited activity. Educational activities not permitted. Gatherings permitted up to 50 people, provided a standard protected space can be reached in time. Workplaces, operations are permitted only in locations where a standard protected space can be reached in time. And that goes until Tuesday at 8 p.m. local time. So they must feel like there's more of a risk there right now, given these increased defensive guidelines. Do they think that? Do they think that? Do they think that the is southern Israel more vulnerable than other parts of Israel? Is the defense, missile defense, not as strong in southern Israel? That I don't know.
אדם! אדם!
אחד, אבל לא ביחד. הוא אישר להם, אין מה לעשות, הוא אישר להם, זה לא בשליטתי.
אדם!
נו!
לא יודע אם לנתניה?
אדם, תוציא אותם, די!
אדם, בוא רגע תפריד. רגע, שנייה, אנחנו נכנסים לדקה.
מה, לא עוד פעם מחזיר אותך?
אני לא מחזיר אותך, בוא בבקשה. רגע, עם מי אתה?
אדוני, עיתונאי
הארץ ישמח גם מישהו מהארץ.
אני וידאו של הארץ, וכתב של הארץ.
שנייה אחת, רגע, עוד אין לי מצלמות, רגע.
איפה אחורה? תסתבך לך במצלמה.
יאללה, קדימה, בוא איתי בבקשה. יש לנו 2 דקות, אני איתם שם. תודה רבה. Who are you with? אני לא מכיר את זה אבל. יש. This is where the missile struck.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the place where the missile struck. It's about almost 500 kilograms of explosive.
How many kilograms?
Almost 500. Just
Almost
about 500.
500.
Half a ton. So
Help
it's
out the camera? No?
Huh?
Help out the camera? את הכלב. את הכלב. Tell me your name.
My name is Arad and Dimona, spokesperson of the Southern District of the Hong Kong Community.
Okay. Can you tell me the situation now here?
So what you see behind me is where the Iranian missile struck.
500 kilograms of explosives. You can see the damage, the massive damage that happened to civilian territory. So once again, we can tell the Iranian regime actually targets civilian facilities. Just with great fortune, we don't have casualties here, people that were killed because people actually went to the shelters and were saved. But the damage that we see here once again when Iranian regime targets innocent civilians is just unbelievable.
So why this missile caused so large damage?
It's the size of the rocket that the Iranian regime is using. It's just so big that the connection 670 causes just a lot of explosives.
So the Israeli missile cannot stop it.
Well, we have a great defense, aerial defense, but what happened in this case is that we fell to a conflict.
You know when the missile comes, the people are going already in the shelter or still in the building.
So some of the people who were in the shelter, the ones that didn't get in the shelter,
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Oh, wow. כמה שניות, אני אסיים פה עם התקשורת,
Just tell me how the damage is. Yes, tell me.
Can't hear me. Is that the crater we're looking at? You guys might have noticed that before. I didn't notice it before. I was looking at the buildings. So is that, because he said the missile hit there. So it looks like that's the crater. I think. Yes, as one of the viewers said, about 1,000 pounds of explosives in the missile.
You guys are good? בסדר, צפריר?
Again, 2 direct hits in 2 different cities within 10 miles of each other in southern Israel today. This one in Arad, and before that, one in Dimona. The Dimona missile injured over 30 people. This injured at least 88 people. A quick thank you to Justin King. Thank you, Justin. Haroon AQ, Steve Hook, Tom Rob 1000, Nina Drew, Braden Kemp, Beagle Bam, Lidwine Elizabeth, Miss Teddy, T1XCD, Basic Bow from Sweden, Claire Bentley, thank you. Also Andy Crabtree and Rohit Kumarja. And Tech Slug. I think I'm seeing that President Trump posted again. President Trump just posted again. One moment, breaking news. Thanks to AZ Intel for mentioning this. President Trump just posted again. Breaking news. Breaking news. Here is what President Trump just said. If Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the U.S. will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Oh my gosh, President Trump says 48 hours to open the Strait of Hormuz, or the U.S. will hit and obliterate their power plants. Breaking news. Oopsie. Where did this go? Oh, there we go. Breaking news. Big breaking news. We might do the graphic again. I do not know if this is actually going to happen, but he just said it. He just said it. Is he really going to do that? Some of our viewers are discussing this. Is he bluffing? Is he serious? Will he do it? But we now have a 48-hour deadline from 7:44 p.m. From 7:44 p.m. Oops, sorry. Well, what's going to happen now? What's going to happen now? We might need a timer. We might need a timer. I agree. Big breaking news. what I need to do is do this, and then it's 7:44 p.m. Eastern time. And it would be the 23rd. I don't know if this is going to work. Let's see if this works. Kind of does. Maybe it should be, I don't know if I can change the clock the way it's listed there. Format. Display, oops, sorry. Date format. There. Oh, there we go. I got it. 47 hours. Maybe I can make it a little bigger for Iran to open strait. Wait, I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Oh, I know what I have to do. Sorry. I know what I have to do. Oh, no, it's not working. Hold on. We got to try this again. Let's try this again. Here we go. There we go. Breaking news. We have the clock. I have to fix this. Hold on. I have to fix this. Let me just fix it over here too while I'm here. Okay. Okay. All right, we have our clock, we have our deadline clock up. As you can see, President Trump has issued a deadline to Iran saying if they don't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the U.S. will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Braden Kemp thinks under humanitarian law, attacking power stations is a war crime. Braden says America pointed this out when Russia did it. That's what our viewer Braden says. Hold on a moment here. I'd have to do some research on this. Oopsie, hold on. Hang on. Hang on. Everything's falling apart. Everything is falling apart right now. Let me do this here. Hold on. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. I'm going to take this. I'm going to put this here. Here. If I can get this on the screen here. Okay, that's going to go down there. Then what I'll do is put it right. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'm sorry. I don't want that there. That's wrong. I have to get it on the screen. One moment, please. Okay, now what I can do is add. Here's this here. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Now it is on the screen for you to see. And give me a moment here. Sorry. Just hang tight for a moment. Hang tight for a moment. Again, I am not a military law expert, so I don't know if this would be considered a war crime. I will have to defer to the military law experts. Thank you to Clint Perigui and Stephen Kish and Braden Kemp and Patty Takes Photos and Shadow Fox 6530 and Miss Curvy and Bob 325 and Stephen Num. Thank you. Give me a moment here. I'm trying to show you both things here. Maybe if I do that, you can see a little of both. Let me just check for updates here, but you can see. Oh, Bitcoin went down a bunch. I should hold on a second here. I think that's got to be the headline. Trump gives Iran 48-hour deadline to open Strait of Hormuz. Okay, now I just saw, did Bitcoin go down when he posted this? Watcher Guru says Bitcoin dropped a bit. Bitcoin dropped like 1,000 or something, or like 1,200 it looks like, all of a sudden. Yeah, now it dropped, yeah. Now, it looked like it went down. It was around like 70,200, and now it's 68,900 or so. We're going to take some of your comments upon this, but obviously a big development here. Obviously a big development. We now have a 48-hour deadline. Oil prices open tomorrow. Oil prices, again, it's on the weekend. The markets are closed for this deadline, but the markets will be open starting tomorrow. Well, the oil market opens tomorrow, and then the stocks open on Monday. But the oil market, I think, is what, 6 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow? And he says they need to fully open it without threat, fully open. Bitcoin, actually, it's interesting. Bitcoin has dropped some more. So it was at about 70,200, and it just did this sudden drop to about 68,400. But if you look at a Bitcoin chart right now, you can see it's just this sudden drop. So I have to think there's a correlation there. Wow. Big development, big news, guys. Maybe we'll do a poll. We're going to do a poll. What will happen? What will happen by deadline? Strait opens, Trump attacks, and then neither. And neither. Third option is neither. Okay, we're doing a poll right now. We're going to see what you guys have to say. Let me post it on Facebook too. Give me a moment, please. Thanks for your patience while I get it posted on Facebook. Why can't I see the option here to post it? Facebook, oh, there it is. Oopsie. Hang on. All right, I am posting the poll on Facebook now. And let's see what you guys said. Hang on. Now, over on YouTube, the poll result right now is oops, hang on. That didn't work. Let's try this one more time. Let's try this one more time. Here it is. Here's what YouTube is saying in the poll. Over on YouTube, 7% say the strait opens. 7%. 57% says Trump attacks, and 36% says neither. On Facebook, 4% says Strait open, 65% say Trump attacks, and 30% say neither. And let's see what Twitch has to say right now. What are they saying over there on Twitch? Twitch says 4% Strait opens, 52% says Trump attacks, and 43% say neither. So most of you don't think the Strait is opening up in 2 days. Oh, all right. I think we lost that footage, so I'm going to have to go back to the other footage. Hang on. All right, just fed. All right, so let's get back to... All right, I have other footage to put up, but there you go. So again, not many of you think he's going to open the Strait, that Iran's going to open the Strait in 2 days, but slightly more of you think he will attack than neither. Okay. It's pretty, okay. Pretty similar between Facebook and between YouTube and Twitch right now. One of our viewers said this is getting way serious. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. Now, what I need to do is get some video on the screen for you, which I'm going to do right now. That is Beirut there. Let me see what video I have here. I have Jerusalem. I have Beirut. I have Tel Aviv. Why don't I get Tel Aviv up? It's good to have Beirut up because sometimes things can happen on the Beirut camera. And, oh, what's this? I have Tel Aviv, okay. Let me get Tel Aviv up. For now, I'll do this. For now, I'll do this. Okay, Tel Aviv we're going to put in the corner. There. So this is Beirut and Tel Aviv. Okay, so again, you can see it right there. President Trump has given a 48-hour deadline to Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz without threat, or he will hit, the U.S. will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Thank you, by the way, to My Crystal Clear Life and Kepu Epi on Twitch, and Barker J. Rar and Farquad and Big Dog Gaming. Also Tech Slug and Guy from the 207 and T-Wiki. And I also want to shout out, give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Crappy 1127, Crappy J, Braden Kemp, Clint Perigui, Clint thinks Trump doesn't bluff. Thank you also, Lobster Bobster. Lobster Bobster thinks Trump is getting desperate. Lobster Bobster says Israel is likely considering a major retaliation, maybe even a nuke. I mean, that would be just off the scale major attack. But anyways, that's what Lobster Bobster thinks. Lobster Bobster says, and Trump needs Iran to capitulate to keep it from happening. This is rapidly spiraling out of control, thinks Lobster Bobster. Thank you, Lobster Bobster. Things certainly seem to not be dying down, and things seem to be escalating today. I would agree with that, with these missile strikes and President Trump's threat. Thanks also, Alex Dubois. He says, Alex says, Trump always makes such calls in the weekend because before the markets open. It's always a lie. That's what Alex thinks. Braden thinks this violates the principle of distinction, which requires parties to target only military objectives and prohibit attacks designed primarily to terrorize or cause severe suffering to the civilians. Again, I cannot speak on whether such a strike on power plants would violate international law. It's an interesting question. Thank you also, ND Alpha Male, who says, at what point do Russia, China, and North Korea attack the USA? Also, thanks to Quarter Waters and Pilot, thank you. I don't know what he is saying their biggest power plant is. There's the actual answer of what it is and what the U.S. would say it is. I am looking it up, and I am seeing, well, you could go to Wikipedia and look up power plants in Iran, and it lists some different ones. There's the Rudeshur power plant, capacity 2,000 megawatts. That seems pretty big. The Shahid Abbaspur Dam, capacity 2,000 megawatts. I don't know what he has in mind. I don't know if they've picked one, to be honest. I mean, if it's a plant next to a dam, that could also lead to, obviously, major issues. Let's see. I want to see if there's any other reporting on this new threat by President Trump. Seems like a big deal. Seems like a big deal. Maybe we'll turn a little volume on there from Beirut. I also have a Jerusalem camera I'll keep handy if we need it. Let me just get that ready if I need it. I mean, is this from President Trump? Is this any kind of response to the two missile attacks that hit Israel in today, overnight? I have no idea. I've seen some comments about how I've seen some comments from reporters talking about how just yesterday, Trump said, look what happened just yesterday. He said, oops, where's the picture there? Just yesterday, we are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts. Easy Prey thinks his words are unreliable. Just in case you didn't hear, Cuba is having another countrywide blackout tonight. Second in about a week, I believe. What happened to Bitcoin? So when this announcement came out, Bitcoin dropped about $1,700, and now it's made up some of that. Anyways. How's this going to affect the oil market when it opens tomorrow? I don't know. Hey, thanks to Crypto King. Thanks to Haley Lipinski. Is Trump worried about it opening? Do you think, well, he obviously wants it to happen. What does he, I don't know what Trump thinks will happen. Does he think within 48 hours it's going to open? I don't know. Thank you, Vaulted LLC, who says, so Iran can bomb civilians, but we are supposed to follow some arbitrary laws? No laws in war, says our viewer Vaulted. Thank you, G. Callan. And William T.H. William says, if we have destroyed their military and their leaders, why do we have to resort to these measures to get them to open the strait? Himi says, thanks Himi Jarbar, who says, an attack on the Iranian nuclear power plant changes everything, complete insanity. They do have, what do they have? One operational nuclear power plant in Iran? There's at least one. Bushehr on the Persian Gulf Coast. That is not one of their biggest power plants in terms of capacity. There's numerous other ones with bigger capacity, but I mean, obviously it would be a huge deal if the U.S. starts bombing power plants, major power plants in Iran. But President Trump, I mean, now we have a deadline, very firm. He gave the exact time of the deadline. Very firm deadline. Might President Trump extend it? He has extended deadlines before. Might he post an hour before something like, I am receiving very friendly notes from Iran. They clearly want a deal. I don't like their proposals, but I will give them 48 more hours. Could happen. I mean, he's done similar things before. We've covered them. So I don't know. One of the viewers thinks making deadline would make him look weak if he didn't follow through on it. Well, what if he extends it, will it look weak? I don't know. Shin, who I follow, reports new strikes reported in Tehran province, Iran, and elsewhere in Iran. I'm seeing some reports of new strikes in Iran. Will we get a statement from Iran about this at some point? I'd be pretty shocked if we didn't get a statement from Iran at some point in the coming 2 days. Financial Times had an article calling this crisis the biggest crisis for the airline industry since the pandemic, talking about how jet fuel prices have gone way up. Jet fuel has doubled. The cost of jet fuel has doubled since the start of this war. They talked about, the Financial Times has reported that you could end up having airlines start canceling flights if due to fuel shortages. If there's fuel shortages in different places they fly to and they can't get fuel at the airport. So something to keep an eye out for. And obviously, it would be expected that they would raise prices of tickets. Yeah, now, Rand says Delta reduced their flights by a bit. I did see a couple reports of it. So I know. Thanks for pointing that out. The airline SAS, I believe days ago, said they were canceling, 1,000 flights? Yeah, Euronews 4 days ago, SAS to cancel 1,000 flights after jet fuel price doubles in 10 days. That was days ago. Then I saw something yesterday. One of our viewers said it was Delta. I thought I saw somebody else. I'll have to look it up. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, so I don't want to give you false information. I thought I read something about it last night. I'll keep an eye out. Hang on. I'm not talking about canceling flights to a particular destination because they're worried about like war going on. I'm talking about canceling flights because of, things like jet fuel has doubled. All right, well, I'm not going to worry about that right now, the specifics. If I see something about it, I'll mention it. But I don't have it handy right now, and I don't want to spend half an hour researching it. Oh, I found something right here. United Airlines to cut more flights. Hold on. United Airlines to cut more flights as it eyes oil above $100 through 2027. Reuters says United Airlines is cutting more unprofitable flights over the next 2 quarters as it prepares for a prolonged period of high jet fuel prices. The chief executive said in a staff memo yesterday the airline is preparing for oil to rise as high as $175 a barrel and remain above $100 till the end of 2027. The war in Iran has pushed airlines into a fresh fuel shock. Jet fuel prices have nearly doubled since late February. United had already begun trimming less profitable flights. In the staff memo, the CEO said the airline would cancel about 3 percentage points of off-peak flying in the second and third quarters, targeting routes and periods with weaker demand. Anyway, something to keep an eye on. Oh, I do have aftermath video from Arad. We got video from Arad back. Where there was a missile strike by Iran that injured at least 88 people in southern Israel several hours ago. Here, maybe I'll put that up. Hold on. So we have the, instead of this, this, and this. Okay, that is Arad, Israel, where the missile strike was. And then several hours before that, an Iranian missile made a direct hit in Dimona, about 10 miles away, and injured over 30 people. Hang on, just checking for updates here. Give me a moment, please. What is going to happen, guys? We don't need the volume on from the Beirut. We want the volume on from here. Sorry, that's better.
קודם כל, לפני שנכנס לאוטו, אני מחפש איזה מדרכה נקייה לנקות את החרא. כל השאר בבסיס שם. נקיות, נקיות.
So we are bringing you live updates. There are 47 hours and 13 minutes until Trump's deadline for the Strait of Hormuz. Hold on one moment. I gotta do something real quick. Our viewer, Sui Haidith, is pretty sure that Iran will ignore Trump's deadline. Yeah, I'm going to eat in a little bit, You know, I forgot what day it was. It's Saturday, not Sunday. So the deadline would be on Monday. But definitely after the markets open. And the oil market opens tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Oil market opens tomorrow. Now remember, I want to point something out. President Trump posted twice this afternoon. So he did post the post on your screen, right? About the post on your screen he posted. But here's what he posted 1 hour before that. This is 1 hour and 7 minutes before that. Here's what he posted. He said, the United States has blown Iran off the map, and yet their lightweight analyst, David Sanger, he means the New York Times, David Sanger, says, I haven't met my own goals. Yes, I have, and weeks ahead of schedule. Their leadership is gone. Their Navy and Air Force are dead. They have absolutely no defense, and they want to make a deal. I don't. We are weeks ahead of schedule. Just like their incompetent election coverage of me, the failing New York Times always gets it wrong. So that was 1 hour and 7 minutes before the other one.
תגיד לאלירן שהגיע לי פה עכשיו בעובד רשות לא, אני חושב ששרפו מישהו,
One of our viewers, Tirth Arakdas says 0 chance Trump backs down. I mean, this deadline really came out of nowhere, it seemed like. I didn't hear any reporting there was going to be any deadline like this coming up. And, you know, one of our viewers just mentioned the Marines arriving. So there's at least 2 groups of Marines who are supposed to arrive, one next week, and then one, I don't know, maybe the week after, it's unclear, but one group is coming from California, and one group is coming from the Indo-Pacific. They're supposed to arrive during the week, and they're both Marines who are coming with amphibious assault and landing ships. So it sounded like maybe, I mean, some people thought, understandably, that, well, maybe the Marines are coming to do something to help open up the strait. But there was no sense that I got that there was going to be some big deadline coming. Thanks, New Creation, who thinks there's 0 chance of the strait opening. Thanks, Dhruv Sharma, who says, can you help elaborate why America attacked Iran, Israel attacked for its existence? What's in the war for America for oil? Well, without getting all into it, it is a debated topic. There have been reasons at different times. There's a debate over whether there's a consistent message from the administration about what the goal of the attack is. Without getting into that whole topic, but you know, some of the reasons given by the Trump administration are so that they can never have a nuclear weapon, to hit their missile program, right? And to keep them from threatening, and that they were an imminent threat to the United States. So those are some of the reasons you hear lately. I may not be getting all of them, but those are the ones I remember hearing a lot recently. Thanks, Shizzleflarf. But my answer to your question is that I cannot, it is a debated topic in the U.S. And some feel the administration has not been clear, whereas the administration says they have been cleared. Thanks, Alex Dubois. Alex mentions, have you heard about fuel rationing in different places? I haven't heard about UK. It's maybe after I eat, I'll talk about that. There's something we haven't even talked about is there's various countries that are already being hit quite hard about this. I think there is some fuel rationing going on in some countries. I was reading an article about it last night. So that's something we can talk about a little later. I gotta eat soon. I can't get all into a whole new topic right this second, but it's something we can talk about later. I know a number of Asian countries are being very hit hard economically by this. There are some countries where they're trying to conserve power. They're telling people to like not set their AC too low or not go into work. Thank you, Alex. Thank you also, New Creation. Thank you, Rob93. Oh, Rob, I just checked UKMTO and I didn't see anything. Did they just post something? I checked like 10 minutes ago. I don't see anything from there, Rob. I looked at their X account, UKMTO, and I don't see anything there. New, they last posted 7 hours ago. But I'll keep an eye on it. Maybe they just haven't posted it yet. Oh, did they post it on their website, maybe? Maybe that's what they did. Oh, it's on their website. They didn't post it yet. UKMTO has received a report of an incident 15 nautical miles north of UAE. The master of a bulk carrier, so this is not far from Strait of Hormuz. There's the Strait of Hormuz here. There's the X right here. See that right there? 15 miles north of Sharjah. The master of a bulk carrier reported an explosion from an unknown projectile in close proximity to the vessel. All crew are reported safe. So looks like another ship has been attacked. That's what it looks like. I don't know about damage to the ship. They haven't posted it on their X account yet, but they did post it on their website. Oh, they said, I'm sorry, they said, here, what they said is, no, they said all crew are reported safe. The master of a bulk carrier reported an explosion from an unknown projectile in close proximity to the vessel. And this is today, the 21st. Yeah, they have not posted about it yet on their X account. Thanks for mentioning it. Stephen Kish thinks 48 hours for Trump could be fewer hours, 30 or 24 if he doesn't like what he hears or is told. Thanks, Stephen Kish. Thank you, Shane Nelligan. Thank you, Adam James Abroad. Thank you again to Rob93 for letting me know about that. X Tin Man, thank you. Thank you also, Tasmanaut, who says people should buy perishable food, non-perishable food, and prepare yourself. Thanks, Shizzleflarf. Thank you also to Crypto King. Israel Bishop. Thanks, Israel Bishop. Thanks, Israel Bishop. Ken Staggs as well. Ken Staggs thinks Trump is just pressuring NATO to show up. Kelly C, thank you. Kim K. Carter, thank you. Quarter Waters, thank you. I think I thanked Quarter Waters already. And NDA Alpha Male, thank you. And also thanks to Trump's Pool Guy on Twitch. Tech Slug. Trump's Pool Guy, I already looked up on the air biggest power plants in Iran. I'm not an expert on it. There seem to be a number on Wikipedia, which you can look up, that have sort of similar capacities. I don't want to put words in Trump's mouth and start judging Iranian power stations because it's out of my not in my area of expertise. But if you go to list of power stations in Iran, you can find a number of them with capacity of around. You can list them by capacity. There's a number of them with capacity around 2,000 megawatts, I believe that is. So that's I would direct you over there. I don't want to start getting into a thing where we start micro-analyzing power stations in Iran, because I don't know that this attack on power stations is going to happen. But again, there's a bunch around of natural gas power stations around 2,000 megawatts, then there's also a power station that's a hydroelectric at a dam that's 2,000 megawatts. There's a number of hydroelectric ones with dams that are at around 2,000 megawatts. Several of those. So then there's a nuclear plant, but it not the same capacity. You can check out list of power stations in Iran for information on Wikipedia. Also, thank you to TechSlug. Thank you, TechSlug. TechSlug thinks Trump put himself in a corner. Iran can literally do nothing for the next 48 hours and benefit. That's what TechSlug said. Hang on a moment here. What is this? The IDF says is conducting more strikes against Tehran. The IDF is currently conducting strikes on Iranian regime terror targets in the heart of Tehran. So Israel says it is currently conducting strikes in the heart of Tehran. Okay, the Israel police just said, they just posted Israel police, and they said that this Iranian missile strike in Arad resulted in the evacuation, that would mean taking people away for medical treatment, I believe, of approximately 100 people, including 10 in serious condition. So Israel police are saying around 100 people injured in this strike by Iran, this missile strike that hit Arad, Israel. Now, another question is, some of our viewers thought that, well, Israel will retaliate at Iran for this. Now, given that Israel has hit about 10,000 targets in Iran over the last few weeks, I don't know how much holding off. I don't know how much Israel can increase the intensity of what they're doing in Iran, given what they've already done the last few weeks. But who knows? Maybe there's certain targets, maybe there's targets they haven't been hitting that they will hit. You know, it was a big deal when they hit South Pars gas field that Iran relies on for like 80% of its domestic power. So, will Israel respond to these two missile hits in Israel today by targeting, by somehow escalating what they're targeting? That I can't tell you. We'll have to wait and see. Thank you, by the way, to Dhruv Sharma, who says, what threat is there to the U.S. from Iran? Thank you, Tasman is Diesel. Rosemary Hill, thank you. And Shaneligan and Vapeco. Vapeco says, didn't Russia warn against such attacks? Do you mean attacks on Iran's power plants? I'm not sure, Vapeco. I don't know. Thank you, Weathered Maverick. I appreciate it. I believe Russia warned against attacking maybe the nuclear reactor. If that's what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I see an article from 2 days ago where Russia called on Thursday for the creation of a safety zone around Iran's Russian-built Bushehr nuclear plant to prevent a major disaster, 2 days after a projectile struck within several hundred meters of its reactor. I don't have specifics on, I can't confirm. The IAEA said a structure about 350 meters from the reactor was hit and destroyed, but there was no damage to the reactor itself. I don't know anything about what kind of projectile that was and who fired it. Hey, look at this from Saudi Arabia. Hold on, Saudi Arabia, some sort of warning in Saudi Arabia. Give me a moment here. So Saudi Arabia says an alert has been issued by the National Earning Warning Platform for emergency cases in Al-Kharj Governorate to warn of a danger. So some sort of alert in Saudi Arabia. That's from the Saudi Arabia Civil Defense. The blue poster is not specific to this alert that I could see. So I don't know if this is like a drone thing or a missile attack or something, but they just put this out, the Saudi Civil Defense, an alert for Al-Kharj Governorate. I can show you where that is. Al-Kharj. There's Al-Kharj right there. There's Saudi Arabia. It's not that far from Riyadh. It's, well, maybe like 50 to 100 miles from Riyadh. There's Al-Kharj right there. Has a population of 375,000 people. So they're now under some sort of warning from, you can see, Saudi Civil Defense. An alert has been issued by the National Early Warning Platform for emergency cases in Al-Kharj Governorate to warn of a danger. Oh, Faytux News found this from Qatar. Look at this from Qatar. Faytux News found this. The Qatari Ministry of Defense just posted 4 minutes ago, announces that a Qatari helicopter suffered a technical malfunction while performing a routine duty, which led to its crash in the country's territorial waters. The search is underway for its crew and passengers. Now, I mean, I can't verify that it was a technical malfunction. You know, it's is there a possibility that this was some kind of, it was, you know, targeted by a drone or something? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. I hope the crew and passengers are okay. It's from the Ministry of Defense, so I assume it's a military helicopter. It's not confirmed though. Thank you to Faytux News for pointing that out. And then UK MTO did post about this, apparently another ship attack, which we told you about before. We told you about this before, but just to talk about it one more time. UK MTO has received a report of an incident 50 nautical miles north of Sharjah, UAE. The master of a bulk carrier reported an explosion from an unknown projectile in close proximity to the vessel. All crew are reported safe. The Strait of Hormuz is right here. Report time was about, wasn't that long ago. It was about 7 p.m. Was the report time before Trump made his post? I think it was. I think it was 7:08 p.m. Eastern. And President Trump posted his threat at 7:43, 7 something or other. Oh, what happened to this? I meant to have that up on the screen. Yeah, Trump posted his threat at 7:44 p.m. A lot of developments happening. Things certainly don't seem to be settling down.
באתי להתנדב, באתי כרטיס, באתי לעזור.
סטובים.
לא, אני חסמתי לך את המעבר שם כל הזמן הזה. מסקרנים.
Заколебался таких сокровений, которые пришли помогать.
תקשיב, אם לא אני, מיכאל אוהב שתחי עכשיו הביתה והולך שיש מחר משמר. נשרפתי את מיכאל. מה לעשות אחי, מה אני יושב לכם פה לבד? סיימתי לחלץ את המשפחה של אשתי, אני עכשיו באוטובוס בדרך לים המלח. 34 זה בהמשך.
Там нормально. Там нормально, там ничего не стоит. Ну вот везде, все город, зависит от класса, каньон здесь разбитый.
Oh, hold on a moment here. Hang on. I have a statement from Iran in response to Trump's threats.
אני קיבלתי שחרור מיהודי, אני יוצא הביתה.
Give me a moment here. Iranian military responds to Trump's threat. I'm going to show you this right now. Here is the response from the Iranian military. Iranian military statement in response to Trump's threat, posted on Iranian state media. It says, following previous warnings, if Iran's fuel and energy infrastructure is violated by the enemy, all energy, information technology, and desalination infrastructure. Desalination is very important. Belonging to the U.S. and the regime in the region will be targeted. Desalination plants, it's a lot of the water for a lot of the countries in the region they get the water from the ocean and then they take the salt out in desalination plants. And you can find articles talking about how it could be a very, very serious humanitarian situation if desalination plants started getting attacked, because you could be left with a situation where there's no water for people and there's not easy alternatives. And they do specifically mention that in that statement there. So something to keep in mind. So AP had an article about desalination. Oops, as I take that off of there, a while back. And they said in Kuwait, about 90% of drinking water comes from desalination, along with roughly 86% in Oman and about 70% in Saudi Arabia. The technology removes salt through seawater. And then AP says Gulf governments and U.S. officials have long recognized the risks that desalination plants and the systems, they're part of a system, so they use electricity, so there might be they might be attached to electrical infrastructure. Many Gulf desalination plants are physically integrated with power stations as cogeneration facilities. Anyways, Gulf governments and U.S. officials, says AP, have long recognized the risks these systems pose for regional stability. If major desalination plants were knocked offline, some cities could lose most of their drinking water within days. More than 90% of the Gulf's desalinated water comes from just 56 plants. So they do mention desalination in their response. And again, just to mention, this is the response from the Iranian military. They say, following previous warnings, if Iran's fuel and energy infrastructure is violated by the enemy, all energy information technology and desalination infrastructure belonging to the U.S. and the regime in the region will be targeted. Reports of explosions in western Baghdad. Well, Iran state media says news sources reporting that loud explosions were heard in the west of Baghdad. And I also see, Al Jazeera reports that loud explosions were heard west of Baghdad. I don't know what that is. Saudi Arabia says the danger has been lifted from Al-Kharj governorate. Okay. So just they ended the warning, the safety warning in Al-Kharj governorate. Okay, so I just wanted to mention that in case you were wondering. Thank you so much, Martha Newton. Thank you, Martha. Tasman is diesel, thank you. I feel like I should take 5 minutes and put some food in. I haven't even eaten. I haven't eaten. There's been so much going on. Why don't I take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer, and then I'll come back and we'll keep talking. So give me about 5 minutes here. Hold on a second here. Thanks to all of our moderators. I'll thank our moderators in a second. Really appreciate it. If I can pull it up here. Hold on a second. I need to pull this up. Over on Facebook. Oh, I don't think I ever ended the Facebook poll. Oops. I never ended the Facebook poll. That was a mistake. Well, I can end it now. Well, it was a poll on everywhere, not just Facebook, but I just forgot to end it on Facebook. All right. One moment here. Okay, thanks to our Twitch moderators, 13 Bastion Girl, Bot King Sentient, I Got That Fire, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah and Surly Dev, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Really appreciate it. Also, Ruth on YouTube. Thank you so much, Ruth and Beth Mythical. Thank you so much. And also over on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. I really appreciate it. And hang on. I'm going to take about 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer because I need to eat something if we're going to keep doing the stream. All right. Oopsie. Steve will be back in about 5 minutes. All right. I'll say around. Steve will be back in around 5 minutes. So hang out, and I will shrink this a little bit. Having problems fitting this. There we go. I'll be right back.
ברוך! אשר, שנייה אחי.
Thanks for your patience. I am making some food right now so we can keep streaming. A lot going on right now. This is the site of you're looking at the Arad, Israel, where there was a Iranian missile that hit Arad, Israel, and hit, or injured about 100 people. That is what we are looking at right there. There was another hit missile that hit in Israel several hours before that, about 10 miles away, and injured over 30 people. So 2 Iranian missile hits in Israel overnight. Update from Qatar Ministry of the Interior. Qatar announced that due to a technical malfunction, I believe they said, that a military helicopter, the military said a helicopter crashed in their territorial waters. This is what they said. The Ministry of Interior announces specialized teams are carrying out search and rescue operations in the country's territorial waters following a helicopter crash, as reported by the Ministry of Defense. I hope the crew is okay. Give me one moment here. That would be a Qatar helicopter. Do you want me to keep this up on the screen, or do you want me to put, I mean, there's really not much to see. I have feeds of, I have like the Beirut feed and the Tel Aviv feed. Again, there's really not much going on. I think I have a Jerusalem feed too. So, oh no, not this. So let's see. Let's see what people say. People seem to be saying that they want different camera. There's not much going on in this camera. So why don't I put up, why don't I take this one off and I'll put up Tel Aviv and Beirut. We can do that. Probably you're most likely to see something on the Beirut cam. Hang on. Hang on here. Why is there no audio on the... I think we're getting much audio on the Beirut cam here, but it's live. Not hearing anything. Is it frozen? Oh no, the Beirut cam is... that Beirut cam seems to be having an issue. Hold on. Why am I having an issue with that camera? One moment. Let me hit refresh here. One moment. You know what? Hold on. I might have to put a new link in. Give me a second. Let's try this. Oh no, that's not it. That was a oh, the Beirut cam is fine. I'm sorry. The Tel Aviv cam was having an issue. Okay, let's try this. See if I can get the Tel Aviv working. All right, Tel Aviv camera for the moment is not working, but the Beirut cam is working. But I don't hear anything from it. That's Beirut. Oh, hold on. I think I have to reset these. All right, let's try this. Let's try this one. All right, Beirut is now live. There's Beirut. That is live. And I will put up the Jerusalem camera too when I get a second. Oh no, I have Tel Aviv. All right, give me a moment. I need the Tel Aviv cam, which I'm going to put up right now. I can see it. And, oh, this is what I need. Where is it? Okay, that's Tel Aviv. And can we make that a little brighter? And then Okay, sorry. By the way, thank you to Bernard Gonzalez. Thanks, Bernard. Also, RDG3923. And Mitchell Pilot, thank you. Mitchell Pilot thinks Trump will follow through on his ultimatum or will claim Iran followed his order. Either way, Iran will not comply. Thanks, VBN channel. VBN says, if Trump hits power plants, you would think this may affect Iran's ability to pump oil. So Trump will be cutting off the oil market even more. Thank you to also Tasman is Diesel. RDG is wondering if grid instability can cascade across borders. That I don't know. If Iranian power problems could create power problems in other countries. That I don't know. I haven't heard that. Oh, I don't need the... yeah, we can put it different. We don't need the Trump post up there anymore because, I mean, I agree that we can put a different camera up there. Oh, by the way, for whatever it's worth, Gemini AI is saying that Iraq has some reliability on Iranian energy. They claim that Iran supplies a third of Iraq's electricity. Also, Afghanistan is one of Iran's a main supplier for Afghanistan as well. And Iran exports some electricity to Pakistan and Armenia. So that's interesting. If it's true. That's what Gemini AI says. Now, I need to put up on the screen. I got to eat in a little bit. All right, we're going to go with this. Tel Aviv and Beirut. Sorry, I'll be better when I get something to eat. All right, so I'm going to leave this up here, and I'm going to eat, and I'm going to come back. Sorry, I need to eat. And we'll do more coverage when I get back. And I'll be watching, I'll be keeping an eye on things while I'm eating. And if something crazy happens or big happens, I can stop eating and just run in here. So I appreciate you being here for the coverage. Thanks for your patience while I get some food, and we'll continue our coverage. And this is something around here just to do it. Tel Aviv and Beirut. Turn up the volume a bit for you. All right, so I'll be back shortly. I appreciate you being here. I'll be keeping an eye on things. If there's something urgent, I can come in. Otherwise, I'll come back right after I eat. Oh, thanks to Captain Obvious. Captain Obvious thinks there should be a taco ticker. Thanks, Captain Obvious and Sparky Jean, by the way. Okay, so let me do that. Thanks, Tech Slug, as well. Let me do that, and I'll be back in a little bit. All right, we are back. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Now, why don't I do this? That there. And then we have Haifa. Oh, this is Haifa. All right. So we have Beirut, Tel Aviv, and Haifa. By the way, thank you, Tarot, for being a member. Tarot223. Thank you, Sergey is Sergey. Sergey is Sergey says, so Trump wants to bomb civilian infrastructure that will directly harm the people he hopes will overthrow the Iranian regime? That's what Sergey says. Thank you, Nunya, for your support. And LARNCM, thanks so much for the memberships. LARNCM has given so many memberships. Thank you. Also, Fishing Made Easy. Thank you, Fishing Made Easy. Cameron, thank you. Who says the biggest one that Trump referenced is nuclear. There is a nuclear power plant in Iran, but it doesn't have the biggest power capacity of the power plants there. That when I checked, it didn't. So I have a hard time thinking that if President Trump goes through with his plan, with his threat to bomb power plants in Iran, here, look, here it is. I have a hard time he's going to rush to bomb a nuclear power plant. But a fair point that it is a power plant. There is a nuclear power plant that's operative in Iran. Oh, thank you so much, Chandra. Thank you, Chandra, for your support. I really appreciate it. Hang on one moment here. One moment here. Thanks, Chandra, for moderating as well. What was I going to do? What was I going to do? Give me a moment. Got to get organized again. According to Wikipedia, the nuclear power plant Bushehr has a capacity of 915 megawatts, which is not near the 2,000 megawatt or so capacity of the biggest power plants. We're going to take some of your comments on the air. Excuse me. Thanks, Scott Bedwell. That says Claude AI says the biggest one is Damavand combined cycle power plant at 2868 megawatts. Hold on a second here. That's what Scott said. Claude said. So let me just mention again. A couple things. First of all, thank you, Scott Bedwell. I appreciate that. A couple things. First of all, I don't know what President Trump is going to do, but certainly he has threatened to do, during his years as president, there have been times where he threatened to take very strong military action and it didn't actually happen. So I do not know that it's going to happen, first of all. Second of all, if it did happen, I don't know that he would definitely pick the technically most. So he says we will start with the biggest one first. That doesn't mean he's necessarily wedded to striking one with, say, the biggest capacity. So I'm not going to start. I'm not going to start trying to do a big analysis of what would be the biggest power plant, because maybe no power plants will be hit, or maybe he'll choose one that's not that one. I just don't know. Oh, my banner is still up behind me. So I don't want to get too into a discussion about the technicalities of what's the biggest power plant in Iran. Personally, I appreciate people messaging about it, but I don't want to spend that much time on it personally. Because you just don't know. My guess is, if the Trump administration decided to hit a power plant, which I don't know that that's going to happen, but if they decided to, I'm guessing they wouldn't necessarily be wedded to statistics about what is technically the most powerful. My guess is that they would look at other considerations as well. The Washington Examiner also claimed, well, I want to confirm this here. I don't want to put words in their mouth. For what it's worth, Gemini AI has the same one as Scott mentioned. Gemini AI claims that the Damavand power plant is widely considered the largest power plant in Iran by installed capacity. It is just east of Tehran in the Pak Dasht County. And if you want to look it up for your own edification, you can check it here, right here. If you want to look it up for your own edification, it is this power plant here in eastern Tehran. Well, it's in Tehran province, eastern Tehran province, and it looks like this on Google Maps. Bright Company, our viewer, says, I wouldn't want to be working at any power plant right now. I don't think we've had any more missile alerts since the missile that hit in Arad, Israel, and caused almost 100 injuries. And several hours before that, a missile hit Dimona, Israel, and caused over 30 injuries. I don't think there's been a missile warning after that. Hang on a moment here. Schneck thinks if Trump doesn't pull back on his threat and hits, stock market and bond market will tank 30% over a 3-week period. Why didn't Israel shoot down the missiles today? We don't know. The IDF says their military is investigating to understand what happened with the missile that hit in Arad, and said their air defense systems operated, but it did not intercept the missile. They said, the IDF said it is not a matter of a different or special type of missile. Earlier on Saturday, Israel hit Iran's Natanz nuclear site, which I think had been hit last year by the U.S. You can see here, the Iranian missile strikes in Israel today came after Tehran's main nuclear enrichment site at Natanz was hit earlier in the day. Excuse me. And then I'll show you this video too. I'm going to show you a video right now, kind of talking about some of the things from the last day. It's from this article, from Reuters article, called Iran Attacks Near Israeli Nuclear Site, Fires Long-Range Missiles for First Time. That was a story we heard about yesterday. But let me just show you this right now. Take a look at it and see. A little summary. Oh, is that the right one? Hold on. I don't know that that's the right. That's not the right one. That's old. Let's show you the new one. Meanwhile, let me turn the volume down. We don't need to listen to that guy cooking. We're hearing cooking sounds. I think he's cooking. Here we go.
Israel and Iran traded strikes on Saturday as President Donald Trump said the US was considering winding down its military operation against Iran, adding that it was close to meeting its military goals. Washington has sent mixed messages about the conflict, having in the last 24 hours also confirmed it was sending thousands more Marines to the Middle East. Trump said he thought Israel would be ready to end the war when the US does, but rejected the idea of a ceasefire.
I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side.
As the war on Iran entered its fourth week, Israel also attacked Beirut, saying it was targeting the Iran-backed Hezbollah. Israel stepped up airstrikes targeting the militia in the deadliest spillover from the Middle East conflict since Hezbollah, in support of Iran, fired on Israel on March the 2nd. More than 2,000 people have been killed since the US and Israel attacked Iran on February the 28th. Americans appear increasingly concerned at signs the war could expand further. 3 US officials told Reuters on Friday that 2,500 Marines, along with an amphibious assault ship and accompanying warships, would deploy to the region. However, the officials did not say what their role would be. Vital energy infrastructure in Iran and neighbouring Gulf states has been attacked over the 3 weeks of war. It sent oil prices up 50% and threatened global economic shock. The Strait of Hormuz, which around a fifth of global oil and liquefied natural gas supplies pass through, has also been effectively closed to most shipping. Meanwhile, the president has criticised allies for refusing to help open the strait.
NATO could help us, but they so far haven't had the courage to do so. And others could help us.
Some allies in Europe, as well as Canada and Japan, have pledged to join appropriate efforts, but others, like Germany and France, have spelled out that fighting must stop before they aid in opening the strait. Washington, in an attempt to combat soaring prices and increase supply, on Friday waived sanctions on the purchase of Iranian oil at sea for 30 days.
So that video...
Israel and Iran traded strikes on Saturday as President Donald Trump said the...
That video is from earlier today, but like it was, I think, maybe this morning. So it missed, it doesn't have a bunch of stuff in it. I thought it did. So it misses that it didn't talk about how yesterday, according to multiple news outlets, we talked about this yesterday, Iran fired 2 missiles at the joint US-UK base in Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, about 2,400 miles away from Iran, which would suggest that Iran had longer missile capability than it had openly admitted having. And then Israel, I think it was early this morning, attacked the Natanz nuclear site in Iran, right? And then Iran, in response, said that they were going to attack in Dimona. Yeah, like, look, here. So Iran launched a missile at Dimona. Israel's most important nuclear site is what, about 7-8 miles from Dimona. So Iran launched a missile at Dimona, which was a direct hit, and over 30 people got injured. And they also launched a missile at Arad, which was a direct hit, about 10 miles away from Dimona, and about 100 people got injured. And then President Trump said that if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Did I misspeak and say something I didn't intend to say? You can hear it. See, it says here, late on Saturday, Iranian missiles struck the southern Israeli cities of Dimona and Arad, injuring dozens of people. Iran's Revolutionary Guard said that they targeted military installations and security centers in southern Israel. Israel's secretive nuclear reactor is about 13 kilometers southeast of Dimona. Both Dimona and Arad lie near several military sites. There's so much going on. Oh, I was trying to just talk to you about Natanz. We didn't even get to that. Hold on. Hang on a moment here. A lot has happened in the past day. Oh, did the IAEA put out a statement? Hold on a second here. Let me see. Here, look. This is from the IAEA. The IAEA has been informed by Iran that the Natanz nuclear site was attacked today. This is from this morning. No increase in off-site radiation levels reported. IAEA is looking into the report. And then they also said later in the day, IAEA is aware of reports of an incident in the city of Dimona, Israel, involving a missile impact and has not yet received any indication of damage to the Nuclear Research Center Negev. Information from regional states indicates no abnormal radiation levels have been detected. And just something about Natanz, which apparently got attacked by Israel yesterday, although I don't know exactly what they were going after. Although I guess it could have been the U.S. that attacked it. The Natanz nuclear facility is one of the nuclear facilities in Iran which was built near Natanz for uranium enrichment, says Wikipedia. This underground enrichment facility is protected with a concrete shield with thickness of around 25 feet. In June 2025, the facility was bombed extensively by the Israeli Air Force. The above-ground facility was said to have been partially destroyed during the strikes. Then on June 22nd, the facility was bombed by the U.S. using 2 heavy bunker busters from a B-2. And on March 2nd of this year, satellite images were made public which confirmed that Natanz facility had sustained fresh damage. Then on, it says the U.S. here. I thought it was Israel. On the 21st today, the U.S. conducted strikes on the facility using bunker buster bombs. Where's the source for that? The Telegraph. The Telegraph reported that there was U.S. forces that hit Natanz overnight. That's what they say. One moment here. And then also, I saw the Wall Street Journal had some reporting on Diego Garcia, too. I don't know if Iran has confirmed that they fired at Diego Garcia. You can see here, Reuters says, Iran launched 2 4,000-kilometer range ballistic missiles at the US-UK military base in Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, according to the Israeli military chief. The Israeli military said it was the first time Iran had used long-range missiles in the conflict. A source at Britain's defense ministry said the attack had occurred before the government gave specific authorization on Friday for the U.S. to use British military bases to carry out strikes on Iranian missile sites. The Wall Street Journal said that when these 2 missiles got fired at Diego Garcia from Iran, the Wall Street Journal says they revealed the Islamic Republic had longer range missiles than many analysts had realized, and a leadership that was no longer interested in hiding them. As recently as last month, Iran's leaders said they had limited their missile ranges to about 2,000 kilometers. This is interesting. Interesting from the Wall Street Journal. They say Israel said the missiles fired at Diego Garcia had 2 stages. According to independent missile analyst Fabian Hinz, that suggests Iran might instead have adapted one of its purportedly civilian space launchers for military purposes. Another expert the Wall Street Journal talked to said it wasn't clear that whether the missiles could have actually reached that target. And then Jeffrey Lewis, who's an expert on missiles and arms control, said Iran has long had the technical capability to develop intermediate range missiles, but was held back by a political reluctance to use it. That line has now been crossed, he said. Did those 2 missiles hit anything? No. Not that we know of. The ones that were fired at Diego Garcia? Not that we know of. Hang on one moment. One moment here. The NBC News says those 2 missiles that were fired at Diego Garcia from Iran, it is unclear if they carried a payload or how far such an attack could truly reach, as neither missile reached its target. One expert that the NBC News talked to said that there has been speculation that Iran was capable of missiles flying longer than their claimed 2,000-kilometer limit, but they just hadn't shown their cards. And the expert said the missiles fired at Diego Garcia would seem to be that moment. Sandy Doggo says Amazon can deliver the iodine pills in 48 hours? Are you talking about, is it iodide? I'm confused. Potassium iodide? I'm not going to get into all this. Yeah, this is not my wheelhouse. You can see World Health Organization use of potassium has a Q&A about use of potassium iodide for thyroid protection during nuclear or radiological emergencies. Feel free to read more about it over there and Google more. Agent Ghost thinks Iran is not going to listen to Trump. Oh, what I was going to say is I don't know that any Iranian official has confirmed those missiles being fired. I saw something today at Diego Garcia. What is it here? Yeah, as Faytuck's News pointed out, Al Jazeera reported today that a senior Iranian official told them that Iran is not responsible for the missile attacks on Diego Garcia and does not stand behind them. So I don't know what to make of that. Thank you. Haroon AQ says, oh my gosh, will Trump bomb the nuclear power plant? Well, I guess if he ends up bombing lots of power plants in Iran, it could be on the list. It's not the biggest power plant. He said he's going to start with the biggest one if he does it. That's if he does it. Obviously, that'd be a incredibly sensitive target. Thank you, Haroon AQ. Also, Ivory John. Any reports of the type of munitions used in the missile strikes in Israel? The IDF said about the strike in Arad, they said it's not a new type of weapon. That's exactly what they said. And then there was reporting that they were both missiles with hundreds of kilograms of explosives. But the IDF said it was not a new type of weapon, the Arad strike. And then N12 News Israel said the IDF said the missiles launched at Dimona and Arad and not intercepted are not new and were launched into Israel in the past. And Hillel Bitton Rose, an Israeli reporter, said both in Dimona and Arad, interceptors were launched that did not hit the threats. As a result, there were 2 direct hits by ballistic missiles with warheads of hundreds of kilograms. Thank you, Don't Know. Thanks again, Ivory John. Thanks also to LARNCM for more memberships. That's so nice of you. LARNCM, thank you. Also, Harry Bay, thank you. And Miss Curvy, thank you. She says, one would believe this would affect farmers for tractors using... Oh, you mean that there could be farmers who use like gas for their equipment and tractors? I mean, we haven't really talked about this yet, but the rise in fuel prices is having impacts all over the world. We talked some about the big impact it's having on airlines. Jet fuel has doubled, reportedly, since the start of the war. There was, what did I see today? Or yesterday. Hang on. Yeah. Here, like, Iran wars energy impact forces world to pay up consumption. says Reuters. So just as an example, Thailand has ordered civil servants to conserve energy by suspending overseas trips and using stairs instead of elevators, while Bangladesh has closed its universities. Sri Lanka has imposed fuel rationing. China has banned refined fuel exports. And the UK government's emergency contingency plan includes a cut in speed limits to save fuel. Prices have soared, says Reuters, for transport fuels, pressuring consumers and businesses across the globe and triggering government action to conserve supplies. Oh, I think I might have another article about this too. Hold on. Let's see here. Yeah, right here. Oh, no. Excuse me. This was, yeah. Asia scrambles to conserve energy as Iran war disrupts oil and gas supplies. Countries in Asia are scrambling to conserve energy and protect consumers as the war in Iran and attacks on gas fields and oil refineries disrupt critical supplies, rattling markets and driving up prices. The crisis is hitting Asia hardest because of its heavy reliance on imported energy, much of which is shipped through the Strait of Hormuz. A UN expert said the countries that are exposed to that supply disruption are not so much in Europe or the Americas, they're actually really in the Asia region. To cushion the impact in Japan, Japan released 15 days of private sector oil stockpiles. Okay, and hold on a second. But they say Japan relies on the route for about 93% of its oil imports. South Korea is taking steps to shore up its energy supplies by lifting a national cap on coal-fired power generation, planning to boost nuclear output, and considering a resumption of Russian crude oil and naphtha imports. In the Philippines, government offices shifted to a 4-day work week to cut energy consumption, and proposals are under review to bring down biofuel prices. To offset the energy crunch in Pakistan, Pakistan ordered schools to shut for 2 weeks and cut free fuel allocations for government vehicles by 50% for 2 months. To save energy, the Pakistan Day Parade next week was canceled. These are just, I mean, again, a lot of the countries are very concerned about the impact on their energy supplies. I've read a bunch of articles on this. There was one, there was another one I was looking at yesterday. Where is it? Yeah, the Council on Foreign Relations said the Iran war is causing energy chaos in Asia. Asia is the region that relies most heavily on oil and gas shipped through the Strait of Hormuz. The Council of Foreign Relations believes that the level of consumer panic in Asia is so great that in some Asian states it could soon lead not only to major economic shocks, but even violence over limited energy supplies. And according to the Council on Foreign Relations, in many Southeast and South Asian states, consumers are panicked, stockpiling fuel, cutting spending dramatically on everything but essential items, and trying to not leave the house. Oh, and then also, where is it here? AP had reported that in Asia, where is this here? If I can find it. That AP said in the Philippines, offices have switched to a 4-day work week to cut back on fuel consumption and reduce the government's energy use by a fifth. Offices have been told to switch off computers during lunch breaks and keep air conditioning no lower than 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Vietnam has urged people to work from home, while in Thailand, the prime minister has even asked officials to take the stairs instead of elevators. And that article was from 4 days ago in AP. And I'm not familiar with it. I was reading some article a few nights ago. I don't know if it was a Bloomberg article, and it was about how, like, people who have fishing boats in some Asian countries, like, they can't afford to, like, fill up their fishing boats with fuel, so they're not even going out to fish. The point is that these prices are having impacts all over the world. And I think, the longer this goes on, you're going to be hearing more about it. I do think that's one of the things that hasn't been talked about much is just the impacts around the world of the price spike and perhaps shortage of oil and price spike on, well, oil-related products, and lots of products stand to go up in price. Why is it only in Asia? Well, the prices aren't only up in Asia, but again, Asia is more reliant on the oil. It's the region that's most reliant on the oil that comes from the Strait of Hormuz. Relaxation Time says, welcome to the Energy Chaos Club Asia. One day ago, the New York Times said, across Southeast Asia, which is heavily dependent on energy exports through the Strait of Hormuz, lives are being upended by higher oil and gas prices. Oh, I think this is the article I was looking at that was talking about fishermen who couldn't. There was a fishing boat owner, a shrimp boat owner, they said couldn't take his boat to sea because he could no longer afford the price of the boat fuel. They say in Laos, the government has told schools they have to reduce in-person teaching to 3 days from 5. And the Times also says many of these Asian countries that are reliant heavily on oil coming through the Strait of Hormuz have precariously low oil reserves. Indonesia and Vietnam only have about 20 to 23 days of oil reserves. So if this goes on for a while, you could see these impacts around the world increase. So something to keep an eye on. Andrew Morris says severe recession incoming could have a huge impact around the world. Jana Labs thinks Iran will keep the strait closed until the bombing of their country stops. Sean Lawrence Kearns says this is going to come home. Yes to America, yes to Europe. By the way, thanks to Rez Jr. Prod, who says, I think it's time we stopped using so much oil. Oil should not have the power to shut down the world. It's time for alternatives. Thank you, Sergey is Sergey. Thank you, LARNCM. And thanks for LARNCM for shouting out the moderators. I appreciate that. Mark Etienne LaRouche, thank you. Mark says if it was the same kind of missiles today that Iran has been firing before, Mark says then Israel clearly lacked interceptors. Thanks, Larry Talbot. Yeah, we mentioned before there are some countries that get electricity from Iran. We talked about this earlier. I don't know this. I don't remember the specifics, but Iraq. I read an article that said online that said Iraq gets a bunch of energy from Iran. Pakistan gets some. Afghanistan gets some. So the idea would be is if Trump attacked power plants and there was a big energy production crisis in Iran, it could affect other countries as well. Thanks, Satan Yahoo from H. Thanks for your support. Also, thank you, Singha, who says, since the beginning of time, the area hasn't seen stability. We can't change that. I mean, name one democracy there. Well, there would be Israel, but I think you mean besides that. Thank you to Mystic 101 and LARNCM for the memberships. And Don't Know. And Who Shot JR over on Twitch. There has not been a missile alert for a while. The last missile alert was Arad, I think. Patrick DeHaan, known as Gas Buddy Guy, says that the national average price of gasoline is 5 cents away from hitting $4 a gallon for the first time since 2022. AAA, I know, is watching gas prices. Now, according to AAA, they say today's national average is, as of today, is $3.92.5. That's what they say, which would mean 7 cents away. Oh, and you can look at their site if you go to AAA, but it says current average $3.92. Yesterday, $3.91. Week ago, $3.67. Month ago, $2.93. So in a month, it's gone from $2.93 to $3.92. That's according to AAA. Diesel is now average price of, well, diesel is over $5, I believe. Yes, you can look at diesel here. Look, diesel current average $5.20. Yesterday $5.16, basically, whatever. It went up like a nickel in a day. Week ago $4.94. Month ago $3.70. So diesel went from $3.70 to $5.20 in a month. Again, that's from AAA. Some of our viewers are commenting on how much they pay where they are. Oh, now also something else to note about diesel, which has gone up a lot as we were just saying. AP says the cost of shipping and goods increases alongside the price of diesel. The price of diesel, which powers 18-wheeler trucks, has been climbing. Now, this article was from when? 2 days ago, so it's even higher now. I think it's like 520 now. But as of, it was a 36% jump since the war started as of 2 days ago. Fuel prices count for 50 to 60% of the total operating cost of shipping goods by ship. Okay, so that matters there. And again, so they're saying that the cost of shipping and goods increases alongside the price of diesel. Also, heating your home and cooking food with natural gas are likely to cost more as the war grinds on. Europe's benchmark natural gas price has risen roughly 71% since the war began. This could also affect the cost of products made from natural gas, such as petrochemical feedstock. It's used to make plastic and rubber as well as nitrogen fertilizer. Eventually, groceries might be more expensive too. A professor at Michigan State University said, if oil prices remain high for a month or more, we're in for a different territory. Higher oil prices raise the cost of inputs for farming, such as fuel for farm equipment, which I think Ms. Kirby mentioned that, and the fertilizer, which is derived from natural gas. They also raise demand for soybean oil, palm oil, and other vegetable oils that can be used as replacements for the petroleum-based fuel. But on-farm costs are only a small part of what consumers pay at the supermarket. A larger share comes from the cost of processing and transporting food, which uses a lot of energy. Food gets to the grocery store on diesel, he said, whether it's on a truck or a boat. If oil prices remain elevated, fresh foods that must be transported quickly could see price hikes more quickly than packaged foods, which are less perishable, he said. So, again, it's just, I feel like it hasn't been talked about that much, but as this goes on, if it keeps going on, I think you're going to hear more about just people around the world being impacted by the increase of cost of various things, not only energy, but other things as well. I Beat Kasparov says we all have to make sacrifices. Hectate says, Trump says it's a small price to pay. I'll pay it for 2 more months, then get worried. Betsy Christensen says, anytime diesel goes up, then you can count on food going up. Hey, look, it's getting light out there. One of our viewers, SR, says costing me an extra $100 plus to fill my tank. Our viewer Anon again says the higher gas prices will cause everything to go up, especially food. Thank you, Dog Darn It, for being a member. Thank you, M. Roderm. Our viewer, hold on a second here. The Guardian said a day ago. The Guardian said yesterday that in the UK, lowering speed limits to minimize fuel consumption is among potential contingency plans being drawn up by the UK government as the crisis in the Middle East threatens global supplies. But they did say sources stress there is no shortage of fuel in the UK. CC says it's the 70s again. Our viewer Craig Doherty mentioned that 39 minutes ago, the UAE said they were responding to a missile threat. I haven't heard any more about that. Thank you, Craig, for writing in. Our viewer Suave says you have 44 hours to get your blank straight, Iran. Nimbus says, I feel like Iran isn't going to let up. Oh, I just saw an update today from The Economist about India. Panicked Indians, people in India, are scrambling to buy gas. War over Iran threatens the fuel that powers hundreds of millions of stoves in India. We've talked about this on the coverage before. This is an article from a couple days ago from The Economist, and they talk about how Restaurants all over India have closed their doors for lack of gas to cook with. Roadside stalls have hiked their prices. Gas-dependent businesses from fertilizer plants to crematoriums have paused operations. In many cities, people have had to join long lines to get the gas cylinders they used to heat food. Only about 5% of Indian homes have piped gas. India uses a lot of gas for cooking, and much of it is imported. Before the war, some 90% of those imports came from Qatar and other Middle Eastern countries. With little in storage, India has been left scrambling, says The Economist. They say that India, there's now gas rationing. Again, this is impacting lots of regular people in India, consumers and business owners. The shortage of liquid petroleum gas. BG Gamer says this is going to be a domino effect. You know, a whole other thing that could happen, I was reading an article about how, there's been a bunch of articles about how the Houthis have not jumped in yet. But if the Houthis were to jump in and support Iran, and if they were to close down, remember, right now the Strait of Hormuz is closed, essentially, so oil can't come out of the Persian Gulf. But a bunch of it is still coming out from the Red Sea. Saudi Arabia has a pipeline, and they send a lot of their oil across the country, and they're sending it out via the Red Sea. But the Houthis are in Yemen, so they could start attacking ships in the Red Sea and also try to block ships from going out through the Bab al-Mandab Strait. So that could create a whole other, make it even worse with world oil supply if the Houthis start attacking shipping in the Red Sea. That's coming out that way. And that hasn't happened yet. And it could happen. LCS Fox says Houthis are on standby. Banana Banana says Houthis will be looking at that. Joe Spencer says the Houthis realize jumping in is bad for their health. It's a big question what's going to happen with them. But that would make the disruptions even worse. Reuters pointed out a week ago, they said, some people say that the Houthis are keeping their powder dry for an opportune moment to enter the conflict in coordination with Iran in order to exert maximum pressure. The effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz and a shift to heavy reliance on the Red Sea might provide such an opportunity. John Pendleton says U.S. natural gas price not affected much yet. I don't know which. Is there a particular index you look at? Oh, U.S. natural gas futures. They have it on. I found Trading Economics shows it. That's one site you can go to. I feel like yeah, natural gas, one of our viewers said, not open yet. When does it start trading again? On Sunday? Sunday at 6 p.m. for natural gas, like oil, it looks like, I believe. It's weird. It's been very eventful today, but since I don't think there's been a missile alert, it's hours and hours since the missile alert at Arad, where there was a missile that hit. And we haven't been hearing that much about Iranian drones and missiles at other countries the last several hours. A little bit. We know there's been attacks on Tehran. It's about 7:07 Iran time right now. We'll stay on a little while longer and see what happens. You just don't know what's going to happen when. Oh, by the way, I owe some thank yous. Thank you to AZ Intel's dad. AZ Intel's dad, I owe you 2 thank yous. I think I owe you a thank you from before. AZ Intel's dad, that's so nice of you. Thanks for all your support. That really is AZ Intel's dad. Thanks also, Stephen Kish. I'm not aware of any Iran. I mean, there's been a couple. I feel like there's been a couple drone alerts and rocket alerts, maybe from Hezbollah, but I'm not aware of any missile attacks from Iran since the one in Arad. Thanks, LARNCM and Sharky. And did I thank Tooth THRHR and Friendly Actor Gardner? Thank you, Friendly Actor Gardner. Thanks for the memberships. I should shout out a couple more people, by the way. Hold on. Oh, I owe some thanks on Facebook. I'm sorry. Sandy Zapp, Brian Davio, Kristen McConnell Gates, thanks for the Facebook stars. Susan Priest Buchner and Michael Fergal. Look at Beirut. It's a pretty sky there. This I think I have. Oh, I have the brightness on this one. Sorry. I had the Tel Aviv cam was messed up because I had the brightness kicked up before. Rez Junglis says, is this the countdown for World War III? By the way, thanks to Dolly Clark for being a subscriber on Facebook. Thanks again, Sandy Zapp. Our viewer, Lindsay Wessel, says my grocery bill has gone up over what, $30? Over $80. Jamie Langerich says the rise of prices to move product is just the beginning, like we aren't suffering already to feed our families. Brian Bell thinks Iran will go dark soon. Thank you, LT, for being a member, subscriber on Facebook, and Kristen McConnell Gates as well. And Martha Crawford. Real quick, I'm just going to take 1 minute here. 1 minute. I'm going to read more comments. Just give me 1 minute. Oh, hang on. 1 minute. Coming back in 1 minute. Hey, the deadline, Trump's deadline is down to about 44 hours, guys. About 44 hours. Less than 44 hours. He says if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, the U.S. will obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Allison Fowler says a lot's going to happen between now and then. Scott D. Johnson thinks no, he won't. Typically empty threats. Thank you so much, Ann Ryan. Hey, Ann Ryan, thank you so much. That's really nice of you. Also, Love and Glory, who said my gas bill went from 48 to 124 since this war began. Thank you, Love and Glory. Also, Joe South Oz and Tyga Spice. Tyga Spice, you mentioned jet fuel. The Financial Times says jet fuel has doubled since the start of the war. Thank you also, Daniel Ward. I appreciate it. Daniel Ward, thank you. The Wall Street Journal had an article today, and the title is Iran's Houthi allies lie in wait on another key oil route, the Red Sea. Talks about whether they could jump in and start blocking oil coming out of the Red Sea. I think the camera person on the Beirut camera is sleeping. Which I understand. Hang on. I had a sneeze. I had a sneeze. The last missile alert was, I think, about 7 hours ago in terms of missile alert from Iran. See, was it longer? Hold on. I'm looking here. It says, yeah, about 7 hours ago. That was the one in Arad. Well, I'm interested now that, to see, because we had two successful Iranian strikes that hit Israeli cities within hours of each other. How will they continue, to not get shot down, the missiles? We'll have to see. Oh, here's something about Iran's largest power plants. Trump threatens Iran with power plant strikes over Hormuz oil blockade, as we've been talking about. Iran's largest power plants include the Damavand power plant near Tehran, 2,868 megawatts of capacity, the Kerman plant in southeastern Iran, 1,910 megawatts, and the Ramin steam power plant in Khuzestan, 1,890 megawatts, according to industry and energy databases. The country's sole nuclear plant, Bushehr, produces about 1,000 megawatts. Pep Rex says, I thought he was winding down his war he won 2 weeks ago. Material Birth says, isn't that a war crime? Thank you, Abdullah Alsh. Abdullah Alsh 7I from the UAE, who says, thank you to the UAE government for its decisive response to the Iranian attack. May God protect the UAE and preserve its security. Abdullah, I hope you and everybody else there stay safe. Thank you. In the UAE. We'll go a little while longer and see what happens. It's been a busy stream. My nickname is James. My nickname is Jameis, says I have tons of hope for the Iranian peoples. DB Moonhead says, where'd it go? DB Moonhead says, I saw it before. Now I can't find it. Can't find where it went. I'm at reduced efficiency level. Sorry, DB Moonhead, I can't find the comment anymore. Well, maybe I can find it over there on Twitch. Let's see. Where's DB Moonhead? Still can't find it. By the way, quick shout out to our Twitch subscribers like Tuna and TV Party and Allistic and Riker and Stream the Memes and Wall Street and Shaggy and Sandy Doggo and My Mind Spray. Thank you, Twitch subscribers. I appreciate it. Timido 1, Matthew Kohai 3. Night Owl, Cesaron, Sarah, NYC Subway Camera. Thanks, subscribers. Almost 6 a.m. Israel and Lebanon time. Thanks to David Holland. I appreciate that. Let me also shout out on Facebook our subscribers over there like Christy Claft, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Kristen McConnell Gates, LT. All of our Facebook subscribers. Martha Crawford. Also want to shout out some of our YouTube members. Thanks Diverse Kitchen for watching, by the way. Evelyn in Maine, Mr. QQQ Crash, thanks for being members over there on YouTube. Chris N, Confidence in God. Logan's Son, Haruna Q. Platinum Dose. Chelsea, Jason Carlton. Berry, New Creation, Val Cargo, Edward Porter. These are some of our members. LARNCM. Arkvin. Sean C. Deadwing and all of our other members. When tomorrow, well, I guess it's almost later today. No, it's still Saturday where I am for a couple of more minutes. We will definitely be on the air tomorrow when the oil market opens up at 6 p.m. Eastern. We'll be on the air for that, and we'll see what happens with the oil prices, because the market closes for a couple days. Right now, it's around 112 per barrel Brent crude and 98 WTI crude. But what's going to happen when it opens up? Yes, the oil market opens back up Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. I wonder if there's intense consultations going on in Iran after Trump's threat. Thanks, Mercado91, for being a member. Thank you, Mercado91. It is now midnight Eastern time. Midnight Eastern. It's about It's 6 a.m. Israel time. Phone ringing. 7:30 Iran time. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes here. I'll give it a couple more minutes. I think we might be getting kind of close here. You know, you never can tell what's going to happen when. When we do get off the air, we can certainly come back on the air if there's a huge development. You know that. I think we're getting kind of close, though. Feels like we are. Ooh, you know what? This is not all the way up. Oopsie. Now it is. I come back if there's a huge development. We haven't really had that the last couple weeks. We'll go for a few more minutes. But meanwhile, while we're here, I do want to thank our moderators. I want to shout out our moderators again, because they're so awesome, like Ruth and Beth Mythical on YouTube. Huge thanks. Without the moderators, we would not have chat rooms. So they are awesome. Appreciate all their help in the chats. Kay Lowry Body's been over there. Margaret Riley. Paul Anderson. Andrea Holder over there on Facebook. Andrea Holder, Mod in Training. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Our Twitch moderators. Oh, thanks to Amir. By the way, first of all, on Twitch, I owe a thank you to Amir Ali on Twitch for subscribing, and Ali 92383 for the gift sub, and also Cece on Twitch, and Ali for your support on Twitch. Thank you. Also, our Twitch moderators, Bastion Girl, Good Luck Duck, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you. So, and all of our other Twitch mods too. Thanks so much. All right, I think we're getting close. I think we are getting close. We'll keep kind of doing some wrap-up things and see what's going on. I would encourage you to turn on the notifications for the channel, because who knows when there'll be some big news and we do another stream. So if you want to get notified whenever we're going live, could be at any time, we have free notifications. You can sign up. We do it through Discord. Works really well. The mods will post the link to sign up to the notifications in the chat. You can also find that link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. So sign up for those. They don't work? Oh, no, the Discord notifications work. I'm sorry if they're not working for you, but for a lot of people they work. I have them turned on and they work. I get my own notifications. I'm never notified? Well, I think there's a Discord help message. If the mods have it, they can put it in the chat. If the YouTube mods have it, isn't there a Discord help email? But works for me. The Discord email for help is aftvfansdiscord@gmail.com. If you need help with the notifications, aftvfansdiscord@gmail.com. That should work. You know, I will post. I appreciate everybody tuning in, though. Really appreciate everybody watching, and also a lot of people have been sending me updates, letting me read your comments on the air. Sorry, I know we got a bunch of comments. We read a bunch of comments, but I know there's a bunch more we didn't read. I apologize if I didn't get to your comment. Oh, I didn't see that Nicola sent me the gas price post that I I found myself. Thanks, Nicola, for sending that in, though. Nicola also sent it to me. D. Miller writes in and says, does the anticipation of possible supply chain shortages create panic buying? A couple of the stories I was reading before talked about that, talked about people in certain places. I think the India story might have mentioned people buying gas cylinders before they needed them, before the ones they had ran out, because they were worried there wouldn't be any more left. So that's something that can happen. Thank you, Dee, for writing in. Anyways, I appreciate everybody sending in your messages. Sorry I can't get to all of them on the air, but I do appreciate it. Oops, hold on. Our viewer Scott said, do you think due to U.S. spread out on multiple fronts, we are leaving ourselves open? Also sure that due to that, I'm sure at some point our arms will start to dwindle. That's maybe a topic for the next broadcast. Maybe we'll talk more about how this might be affecting the U.S. armed forces. We didn't really talk about that tonight. Girls Mystic Huff says, I've noticed that with the missile attacks, they're not mentioning Iron Dome. The Iron Dome is one of the Israeli systems. Long story short, Israel has several air defense systems, and the Iron Dome is more for the rockets, not missiles. We can maybe talk about that more next time, too. Iron Dome is more for the short-range rockets. They also have David's Sling and Arrow 2 and 3 systems. What else did I want to mention? But thanks to everybody who's been watching and also everybody writing in. I really appreciate all the comments and everybody participating in the chat and everything. By the way, I will post on my X account when we're not on the air. If you want to follow for breaking news, at Lookner on X. You can follow me over there for news. And another good way to find out when we're live is follow Agenda Free TV on X. I always give you a heads up over there when we're going live early. And at Agenda Free TV, also updates you about the channel as well. At Agenda Free TV. And also, if you watch on Facebook, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications on Facebook. Another good way to find out when we're live. To do that, you need to subscribe to the channel, click on the bell, and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you click on the bell and choose all notifications. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers, the Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing that, the Discord chat. It's free. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Check out the Discord chat if you want. Big thanks to our Discord moderators. Thank you, Discord moderators. All right, so we thanked our mods earlier. We thanked our subscribers and a few minutes ago, we thanked our subscribers on Facebook and Twitch and our YouTube members. Oh, I owe another thanks here to Avril Louise Erguhart. Thanks, Avril, for donating for Facebook stars on Facebook. Also, shout out to Diane Dahl. Thank you so much, Diane, for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Thank you, Diane. And AZ Intel's dad gave memberships too. Thank you, AZ Intel's dad. If somebody gave you a membership, make sure you thank them. Thanks, Diane and AZ Intel's dad. Very nice of you. Thanks somebody if they give you a gift subscription as well. All right, I think we're getting to that time. One more time just to thank them. Ruth Roberts Mayqueen on YouTube. Thanks again for modding. I know we just thanked the mods. I want to shout them out one more time. I appreciate it. Bash and Girl, Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Surly Dev, thank you. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, our mod in training, Andrea Holder, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, thank you. Thanks for everybody watching. Who didn't I thank before? A few more people. Echoing Echo, Shadow Fox, Eric Johnson, Wendy Lance, Val Cargo. Thank you, Jeff Mella. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. There is a drone alert in northern Israel, by the way. That's what that alert is. Drone alert. PB Andre, thank you. El Anna, thanks for being members. VC Gamer as well. Alicia Alexander, thank you for being members. New Creation. Chris N. Logan's Son. Noob Sabbath, John Flick. Wendy. Thanks TJ Sider. Thanks Taylor Hurley. Again, if there's some huge development, I can come back on the air. Pilgornia, thank you for being here. Also, thanks to Sandy's app for watching. Andrea Holder. I mentioned Andrea Holder before. Thank you. Dennis Britt. Judy Fishaw. All right, guys, I think it's time. I think it is time. But who knows what's going to happen. I will be keeping my eye on things. If there's a big development, we'll just do another stream, all right? Argvin says it's too quiet, something is coming. Well, it's been a busy stream, all told. All right, guys. So I'm wrapping up this stream. I really appreciate you being here. We'll have more coverage certainly of this war, and I'll be looking out for the news, and we'll keep an eye out. And we'll come on again if there's some big update soon. All right, so that is it for now. Thank you for watching our live coverage, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.